Happy New Year's. Okay, almost. Not quite yet. It's coming. It's coming. We're going to hopefully welcome in Happy New Year's to everybody on the East Coast, everybody in Central Time, everybody in Mountain Time, and then here in Pacific Time. So we're probably not going to make it to Hawaii time. I don't think we're going to last that long. I'm still getting over a chest cold thing that doesn't seem to completely go away. So I've got my backup here, OC Stacker, to help me out. So if you guys see me go off screen for a second, I'm probably coughing, taking care of things, or blowing my nose. So anyway, it took a little longer to get everything set up. I'm not a huge fan of this streaming software. It's okay, but it needs a lot of work. And so I've got cameras and lights and everything set up all over the place to show you guys some cool stuff today. But the coolest thing we're going to do today, I'm going to do something different than what we've done before. So any of you that want to come up onto the stage, I think we can get 10 people on here at one time. I don't think we'll bring 10 up at one time. That's usually a little bit crazy for everybody talking. But what I am hoping we can do is have a few of you that are in the audience that have been, subscribers for a while. I'd love to have you guys, poke your head up here for a little bit. And if you do come up, all you have to do is mute your camera, and you can have your microphone on if you don't want to show yourself, or you can turn your screen around like this one here, and you can show some coins or something else. Okay, and that's how OC's got his. But there's a link in here. Let me see if I can pin it to the top. I just put it in a second ago. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead. Well, let's see. Yeah, replace the pinned. Maybe it was already pinned. Anyway, there's a pinned comment at the top up here, guys. We're going to do polls tonight. We're going to have a gold giveaway. I don't know what time we're going to do that, and I'm doing that on purpose. I'm not telling you guys when we're doing the gold giveaway because I know some of you that are lurking in here are only here for the gold. And my hope is that this gold goes to someone that's been watching the channel for a long time. So this is the gold we're giving away today. It's this 10th ounce Toro, which is a really awesome coin. And it is a coin. It is a reverse proof from Spain. And Spain only started making gold a couple years ago for, it's been 400 years. So anyway, this is the second coin in the collection. It's a reverse proof. And it is really cool. So that's given away. Depending on how things go tonight, we'll do some other silver giveaways. So I've got some dimes with us. Boom. And I got some quarters. Okay, so we'll be doing some other giveaways for things too. Now I've got a couple goals tonight. So I will put one of the goals up into the chat. You'll see that. We'll have a goal of getting some super chats in. If you guys want to support the channel, a great way to support it is to do super chats. Another way to support it is to give away memberships. And then the third way is for you guys to become members yourself. And if you look down below where it says join on your screen, if you hit that, that's how you can join to become a member. We'll be doing a special member stream on Friday. If you look down below my name, you can see my email. A lot of people were asking for my email, so I came up with a very clever way to just put it at the bottom there. And send me an email, let me know you're a member, give me your YouTube channel name. I can see whether it's, you have signed up or not, but I think we've got about 100 members right now, which is awesome. We're going to be doing a special silver giveaway for members on Friday night. Okay. And if I don't know for sure if I'll be doing a public Friday night, probably. And so it'll probably be right after that. I just need to look at schedules and see how things are going. So those are kind of the announcements for right now. Do look for the goals. We will have some surveys in here that I want to get your guys' thoughts and attention on. And we're going to do a few things different tonight. We have other people that'll be coming up as guests that'll be coming on. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to be going into some of the videos that I have shown this year, some comments on X, just to give you guys a feel of what's going on, because I've been doing more one-on-one sessions with people, which is a great thing. It's one of the membership levels down below. You've got access to me via my phone. The next level is a shorter, one-time conversation that we have once a month. The other one's having a couple conversations a month. And in talking with a few people about this, I think there's a lot of people that think very similar to all of us here for the most part. And a lot of people are trying to figure out, are we in a cycle where we're about to see things drop down? Or are we in a situation where we're going to see prices continue to go up, right? Is this 2011? Is this 1980? Or is it totally different? And I want to give you guys some of the ideas on and help you understand why I think it's different and how it's similar. All right, so we've got our first guest coming up here real quick. So first off, OC Stacker, um, why don't you say a few things real fast, and then we'll bring our first guest up.
Oh, I say we get right to it, brother. We'll. I'm sure I'll be filling in while you're taking a
Well,
break.
maybe just a quick intro about your stacking for anybody that might be new.
About my stacking? That's a long-winded question there, brother.
Okay, you have 30 seconds.
Well, I'm just basically stacking for generational wealth and supporting people who do pours with silver and copper. So and I have some of that up on the stage tonight. So if anybody has questions about anything in particular, I try to put new stuff out every time we go on.
That sounds good.
Any questions? I'll try to, if you guys can put them all caps in the chat, I'll try to keep an eye on that tonight with Surfer. I know he gets to going and we might miss something, so I'll do my best to follow up on that.
Yes, that would be really good. Okay, I'm going to bring our first guest up here. So this first guest is known as M. Hey, M, how's it going?
It's good. And I didn't want to put Michael and Nancy because you never see
Yeah,
half half the thing. But good to see y'all tonight, and congratulations. Wow.
thank you. So yeah, we're celebrating a lot of stuff today. So the M is Michael and Nancy. You'll see Michael and Nancy stacking. You'll see him in there. They do a live stream every night, and I'm still waiting for him to do some of the gauze on these Morgans. I like to tease him every time I come on.
Hey, you notice it ain't but one Morgan up there tonight, so I got cheap and put dimes up.
Totally. So I think it's fun. Well, what I think's awesome about this year is so much has happened, and things have happened that I don't think any of us even expected could possibly happen. I started off the year saying that we were going to see, 4,000 to maybe $4,500 gold.
Yeah.
So I think that one we were pretty close on. And then I thought maybe we would only get to $40 silver. I thought we would have the ratio staying higher longer. And it turns out that silver went nuts. I didn't make any kind of prediction on platinum, but silver really did explode up. And I think if anybody's saying that we've just had a pullback in silver, really wouldn't call that. I mean, what we had was a spike up for one day on Friday last week, where it really went up high, and it came back down. That to me doesn't really count as a new thing. It didn't close the week out. Well, I guess it did close that week out, but it didn't close a month out at that high. And so it's really more of a blip than it is, hey, we had $80 silver and that was the new standard, and it's crashed back down. But we're going to talk about some of that today. But Michael, tell us a bit about your channel. I'd love to hear and share with people what you do on your channel.
Oh my! You know what we do the best? Sip coffee and just have a great time and talk some and then we talk about silver, gold, coins, but mostly coffee, candy, and the latest shows. So we're just an all around having a great time type of show.
I love it. All right. So, yeah, it's a great place to come and chat and talk about. So, here's the first question I have for our little panel that's on. Oh, by the way, guys, hit the thumbs up, and also share this out with people. We want to make sure everybody is aware of what we're doing tonight. And, we want to get this message out to more and more people, right? I mean, after all, we're we're all stackers here trying to help people get it figured out. Now, if you guys win any of the gauze tonight, you got to email me by tomorrow evening what the GAW was. Take a screenshot, give me your channel name, give me your mailing information so we have that. I'll be working on the weekend to get all of those out. So if you guys have won a GAW in December and it hasn't come to you, it probably hasn't shipped yet. We'll be getting those out here pretty soon to you guys. It takes some time to do it. We finally got some new mailers and envelopes and things like that again. Okay, so what I'd love to hear from you, OC Stacker, and from you, Michael, is do you guys have any predictions? Well, let's start off. Did you have predictions for 2025? And how close did we get? And do you have predictions for next year?
Go ahead, OC. Well, my prediction was that it was going to get up to at least 50, and
Okay.
my feeling was that it was going to creep after that. Well, it's been creeping until the last couple of days.
It definitely has been. I
Yeah,
definitely think it has been.
and fortunately we've not had no great slide backs except this latest one, which really was a bump, right? A bump in the road. But I think next week we're going to continue to see it moving up a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to. I don't think it's going to jump like $5 and $10, but $1 a day, maybe $2. But I think we're going to go right back up there, and we'll see the big battle go on again. So happy hunting.
I agree. So I want to ask the chat real quick. In the chat, guys, put a one in the, okay, before you put a number in, listen to the options. Put a one in the chat. A one right there. If you think that that silver has hit its top, and it now's the time to sell, because it's going to be going back down to the $20 and $30 range. Okay, put a two in the chat if you think it's going to correct, say back down into the mid 50s, maybe low 50s. Put a three in the chat if you think it's going up to $100. And then, yeah, let's just do it those. So that's 1, 2, and 3. I'd like to see what your guys' thoughts are on this. OC, are you with us?
I am. I'm just trying to eat my dinner while it's hot.
Okay.
So I've been muting you guys. Well, anybody that's following the channel for any amount of time know that I don't do predictions. What I do say is that I think silver will be higher in 2026 than it was in 2025. The magic number, a lot has to happen. I've been doing a lot of reading about naked shorts lately and what's going on in the market and the rules that are coming out here in the near future and what's going to happen in February. So I think through January and partially through February, I think we're going to see peaks and valleys, probably not much over 80. But I think after February, I think that's where we're going to start seeing some real numbers start to show.
Okay. So do you, I mean, did the numbers surprise you this year?
I definitely thought it would have been in the 90s come the end of the year, but I think people are just taking profits because I'm pretty sure they see the writing on the wall and it's coming to an end, and all the indicators are saying such as well. So I think we see that early onset, mid February ish. We'll start to see some changing numbers.
And where do you think the numbers are going to go? Up or down?
Oh well, I think it'll definitely go up. They're I think they're going to be eliminating the people's ability to take the naked shorts. They're going to make sure before they do anything with contracts that they have the ways they're going to basically vet the buyers for now on. In other words, you can't just come in and say, "Hey, I'm going to take X amount of um, shares on the if come," which means if the money comes. They're going to make sure you have it before you order it so you can no more do naked shorts. You can't sell something that you don't own physically or even on paper for that matter. So that should have happened a long time ago. I think they just waited to the last minute. I think this is how people have been making their money, and I think that avenue of making money is coming to an end.
I I think they're definitely playing around with it. The interesting thing that I don't think a lot of people realize is if you OC wanted to go and buy, um, say 50,000 ounces of silver, okay,
Hmm.
and you know, good luck on trying to find someone that has enough, monster boxes for that. And if you're buying 50,000 ounces of silver, you probably don't want to take it all in, 1 ounce coins either. It takes up a lot more space. I don't know if you guys know this or not, and I haven't done the total math on it, but if you take the footprint of a monster box, I think you can fit in silver bar wise. If you got like the Scottsdale stackers that are 100-ounce bars, I think you can probably fit about 3,000 ounces in the same footprint as a 500-ounce monster box. And so, if someone's taking a lot of silver, they want to get a lot of it. One of the best ways to do that is to try to get it from, the ETFs, especially if you're playing around with options, right? And so you got a lot of people standing for delivery and taking the physical, and it's become a game changer. So I think that's definitely affected things. Well, I want to pull up a couple charts and get your guys' thoughts on it. By the way, we do have a poll going right now. I want to see where you guys think price is going. And as we're going through that poll right now, we've got 79 votes in there. There's over 250 of you in here. So go ahead and put your vote in. If you're watching on the TV, pull your iPhone out or your iPad or your Android phone, and also pull the stream up on there. Just, mute it down, so you don't have two sounds going. But that'll be a much easier way on your phone to answer questions, to go through the poll, or to ask questions, okay? So we're going to go through as well some of your questions here in just a minute, but I wanted to pull up a couple things just to get OC and Michael's, take on it as well. So let me add a couple screens to the stream here. Give me just a second. Okay.
Wow.
It's like my screen disappeared on me. Okay, there we go. Okay, here we go. Share screen. All right, we're gonna jump on this one first here. So I think this is going to be pretty interesting for you guys too. So we're going to add this to the stage here. Do you guys know what this is? Does this look familiar at all? I'm going to zoom it in a little bit so we can, come on, Google, cooperate. There we go. Oh, goodness. Okay, zooming in is not going to work for this. Apparently, this website isn't going to work doing that. Okay, here we go. So if you guys see this real quick here where my mouse is, this is the price of silver in gray, which we get on our spot price. And the blue is what Shanghai does in their spot price, okay? So why do you think there's a difference in the price between these two? Do you guys have any ideas or thoughts on that? And the audience, you guys can put your comments in there too. But there's a difference in price. So if we go back to January 3rd, 2024, in the West here, we had a spot price of $23.20, and in Shanghai, we had $25.50. Okay. So that's their spot price that they're using over in Shanghai when they're buying and selling silver. And if I fast forward it all the way to right now, look at this difference. We've got $74.68. Okay, that's the last time that this recorded. It's a little bit out of date. It looks like it was on yesterday, so not today's date. 74.68, and Shanghai was at $80.64. Okay, so we're basically looking at a difference of $6. And that's a really interesting thing, because I think what we're doing right now is I don't think we're just in a normal market. I think what's happening is there's a couple things. Yes, so someone brings this up here. There's a VAT, but the VAT doesn't determine that price difference. There's a VAT on top of that when someone wants to bring in silver from the West, they bring it into China. But the other thing that's happening here is China is wanting to hold on to as much silver as they can get. And that's why they're doing a price difference. So Michael, if you could get silver for $4 in the US, and you had the ability to send it to China and make $6 an ounce, on 1 ounce, it doesn't make any sense. But let's say you're moving 1,000,000 ounces.
Oh yeah.
Even with VAT, even with shipping in there, you could still end up making some pretty good money. And if you go beyond 1,000,000 ounces, you start looking at like 10 million ounces. Well, now you've got millions of dollars in profit that can happen. And so it's a way for China to really suck things over. I think the other thing that's going on here too is China, starting tomorrow morning, will no longer allow silver, except for special situations, to leave the country. And they mine about 25% of it. Um, and let's see. So I've got a person in here telling me, no, it's a $9 difference. Okay. So there's a big difference in there. There's going to be some VAT in there too. So I don't know exactly what the arbitrage is, but it's in the dollars of, several dollar range. So depending on how many ounces you can move back and forth, you get that stuff. So that's one thing I think that's going on, that China is trying to suck in as much silver as they can, and they don't want it to go. So I think that's going to affect price. And then let me pull up one more that I want to bring in to show you guys. And I know OC Stacker's quiet because he's eating dinner real quick. So I wanted to bring this up. This is our precious metals Kitco pricing. Let's just refresh this real quick. And so this is where the metals ended for the year. So we've got gold at 43.1760. We've got silver at 71.54. Platinum just over 2,000, and palladium. And something happened with rhodium. Michael, do you see that on rhodium?
Oh, I can't see it at all. No, but I knew that it was going up, but
Well, rhodium's down 7,919 today, or down 88%, 89%.
What?
So
I missed that one. Woo!
something's broken there. That this happens on Kitco every once in a while, guys. So let me show it. I'm going to bring it up here to show you guys real quick too. So if you look at the numbers here, we're looking at gold at 43.1760, silver at 71.54, platinum at 2,066, palladium at 1,604 bucks, and rhodium at 981. Now, rhodium does this every once in a while, where you'll see like this massive drop down. And I don't know, sometimes there may be someone that just unloaded a bunch of rhodium, and it's a very thin market, so it caused that complete crash down there. But other times it's like the app just breaks and it gets screwed up. We've had times where it's done that in the middle of the day, and like an hour later it fixes itself. You go on to any online bullion dealer to try to buy rhodium at that lower price, they won't honor it. I even called them once. Like, yeah, we're not honoring that. So,
Well,
if you see an anomaly like that, don't worry about it too much. But what I want to point out here is this is the highest gold has ever closed for a year. It's the highest silver's ever closed for a year. Um, I don't know on platinum and palladium. I believe those have both been higher in the past. Excuse me. But I know platinum's high is not much higher than this. However, when you look at the coins, a gold coin says 50, a platinum coin says 100 on it. So, will platinum go double what gold is? I don't know. It could happen. But that's kind of the keep up I wanted to do real quick, guys, for you on where we're at with prices there. By the way, Silver Heist, I see you in the chat. If you want to come up, or if anybody else wants to, if you go to the pinned comment at the top, you can see the link to the stream, and you can come up and say hi for a few minutes and chat with us. Okay, so I wanted to hit those two things. The other thing I wanted to do is show you guys a few things on X. So I did want to hit this real quick too. And by the way, we will be doing some silver giveaways today as well. So we do have a goal up here. We've got a goal for the next 2 hours and 45 minutes. If we hit that goal, I'll do a silver ounce giveaway. We are going to be doing the 10th ounce gold giveaway, and then we'll be doing some silver dimes as well. If we get into, I don't know, I'm going to say the $500 range or 500 like range. If we get up to 500 likes, we'll do a bunch of silver quarters too on giveaways. All right. My wife won't let me give everything away. She said I have to keep some of the silver. I know. I'd give it all away to have fun, guys. So, okay, one thing I want to ask you guys real quick. Does anybody know what this is on my up here? I want to see if anybody knows what this is. This right here is what gets us probably the most people to come to our booth at the Long Beach coin shows to come and see that. What do you think that is, guys? How heavy do you think it is? What do you think it's made out of? And what does it represent? What's it a replica of? I like to see what you guys say in there. But yeah, let's get up to 500 thumbs up, and we'll do a bunch of silver gauze, and we'll do some silver gauze, some dimes here when we get up to the top of the hour. All right.
Yeah.
So let's see.
You want to pull anybody up and let me out? If you got someone that come up, I'll be glad to give it up.
You can, Michael, you can hang as long as you want. You can drop down anytime too. We've got the link up there. I haven't had anybody else join in here, so we'll see. I've
Okay.
invited a bunch of people, but it is New
Okay.
Year's. A lot of people are doing different things.
Right.
Yep. Okay, so we're gonna hit a few things. Like Freemason, it has nothing to do with the Freemasons. So this is the correct answer is Aztec calendar, okay? So that's a replica of the Aztec calendar. It's probably my most. It's probably my favorite silver thing that I've got. Or you know, it's not a coin. It's technically a bar, but it's a shield stacker from I think it's Costco. Shoot, I forgot how to say it. It's the South Korean company, but it's a stacker. So if you get more of them, they'll fit into each other. And it is 1 kilo. And what I love about this one too is they're all individually numbered. So you can kind of see right there. This is number 11 out of 99. They only made 99 of these. So don't stack stuff like this, but they can be really cool to own and have to display. This thing right here, I think there's one other one on eBay for sale, and that's probably the only way you're going to ever find them. And these do hold their value because they are so limited in number, and they're pretty cool. You know, I think these started off at $1,500. No, yeah, 1,800 $1,800. I think they're going for about 5,000 now. And it's just a kilo of silver, so it's very expensive for a kilo of silver. I didn't pay anywhere near what the price is today, but you know, I think it's something that's kind of fun to hold on to, but you don't want to stack them. They're kind of like gold backs. They're cool to have, fun to have, but you know, stacking them it gets pretty expensive and costly. Okay, so let's see here real quick. I want to bring up one other thing to show you guys on X, or a couple things I want to show. And I'll see when you're finished with dinner, we'll go in and start talking to everybody too. By the way, we'll pull up the chat and go through your guys' questions. All right, so we got that off there. It is gold gilted or gold plated, however you want to say it. But so it has a little bit of 24 karat gold, a very thin layer out there on the top of it. But it's the Aztec calendar. Yep, that's it. You guys got it right. Yep, it's a kilo. So a lot of you guys had that right. It's definitely bigger than 5 ounces. Thing's heavy too. The link to join is right here. If you guys, Rob, if you want to come up and say hi. So you guys will see the link there. I'm going to call out a couple super chats here real quick. So we did have from Michael. Congrats on the 17,000. So thank you guys. So we are doing this as a 17,000 subscriber party. My hope is that, and I don't know if we can hit this today, but if you guys aren't subscribers, please go ahead and subscribe. We're 300 away from hitting 18,000. So one of the fun things about having a goal of 17,000 by the end of the year, I had no idea how we were going to hit it. I was sitting at about 13,500 when I set the goal. And we had one video go crazy with Andy, and we'll show some of those in a little bit here. But and I also have a bunch of awesome coins I'm going to be showing you guys from Spectres. So we've got like a Samuel Colt coin. We've got a baseball. We've got a really cool knife that they sent. So I'm going to do some unboxings of those today too, and then we'll get some more detailed videos out this next week on it. But thank you for that super chat. We've also got MMJMBCI. No, I don't even know how to say that one out. He gifted a membership. Thank you. And we've got Fuzzy here. The 3-ounce 999 silver $7 coin from Niue Islands are phenomenal. They look like museum pieces. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool coins out there, guys. So I would definitely take a look at those too. But thank you for the super chat as well. Okay, so here's what I want to show you guys on X. There's a couple things I want to point out. Let me see if I can zoom us in a little bit. So one is we've got this Asian guy channel that's been popping up all over the place. Okay. And it's the same guy. This guy does not exist. This is not a real person, just so you guys know. This is all an AI bot, an AI uh, designed images. And I can't tell if he's a white hat or a black hat yet. But I think a government's behind this guy, and I'll kind of point out a few things. So one, you know, I'm not going to tell you not to watch him, but I'm going to tell you that about 10% of the information about every video is total BS, and it's not even true information. So there's definitely an agenda behind these channels to get you to think in a certain way. So I would be very cautious if you don't understand everything that's going on in the market and you start watching these and everything makes sense and it sounds really good. Just know that you're feeding into psychological warfare is what's going on here. Um, but you got to be careful with some of the stuff that's being posted on here. But anyway, there's a lot of comments that are coming in out of this stuff. And oh, that's from that one post. Okay, what I wanted to show you is this image. If I don't make you sick, hopefully. Okay, I gotta go back to my saved ones because I can't find it right there. Hold on for a second. We're gonna go through a few of these. Right here. So you guys, YouTube does not just let you go create this many channels. I mean, I don't even know how many that is. There's like 30 channels that this guy has, and they're blowing up and they're getting huge views. So there's something going on here where this channel is working in cohesion with Google. Google would normally block you from all this. They don't want you having all these different channels doing all this stuff. They also don't like it when you put misinformation out there. However, they're letting all of this go through. So just be very cautious watching the Asian guy videos. I'd either steer clear of it or just know that you need to fact check everything that's in there because there's a lot of crap that's coming out of it. So that's a community deal I wanted to show you guys there. Next, we've been talking about this with Kevin from North Star Bad Charts. So we now have a confirmation of the capital rotation. And so what that means is we have a confirmation now that gold is holding its own and that money is starting to flow into it versus the S&P 500. And that's important because I think this is the thing you need to understand. This did not happen in the other times we've seen silver go skyrocketing up, okay? We haven't always had a capital rotation in that same vein. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not there. And the other thing that's going on right now is we seem to be having a resource war. So that was the other thing I wanted to show you guys too here. Okay, so I want to point out a couple of these things real quick too. So Kevin showed us this back in 2023. He said, look, silver is going to break out. It's moving up. It's going to do a cup and handle, and it's going to hit there. And this is back when the price was 25 to 28 bucks. Okay, he was telling us ahead of time. This was the time to be loading up and backing up the truck on silver. Okay, right now we're kind of all the way up here to this top point. We're getting into those areas where you've got to be a little bit more discerning about silver. And this is what I wanted to make sure I point out to you guys. If you see the line here, it says at peak FOMO. Let's make sure I'm showing it to you guys. Okay. If you look over to the top right, you'll see at peak FOMO, be potentially prepared. So we've kind of come up almost and hit this 80. This is where he thinks we could see it start to correct back down towards 50. And then after that, we're going to see it go up much higher. Now, these are possibilities. We could see it go lower than 50. We could also see it maybe not go as low as 50. Maybe it goes to 60. We could also see it hit 100 first before it comes down. But he's looking at that as a potential correction that's coming up. So I just want you guys to be aware of that. I watched the video from Yankees channel with Tim, and he had a huge amount of people in line last Friday when we hit the peak of 80. And those people were going crazy. And they were buying up everything they could. They bought all the silver from him. Okay, that to me looked like we were having FOMO on that day. I don't think we're in FOMO phase yet. I don't have everybody and all my friends calling me up and saying, "Hey, get me silver right now." I have them asking questions about it, so they're starting to inquire about it. But I don't think we're in FOMO mode, and I don't think we're going to hit it until we get to 100. But with that said, um, this is something to be aware of. Okay, so if you may need the funds that you're looking to put into silver in the next year to 2 years, you've got to be prepared for potentially the price to go down a bit before it goes up from where you buy it. You gotta understand that. And if we see dips, you got to buy the dips, and you also have to understand and have the cash ready for it. So as always, not financial advice. We're just sharing our thoughts. So I wanted to give you guys a couple things on here. I'm going to bring Frostbite up as well. Michael, you can stay on if you want, or we can drop you down. Let me know.
Just drop me down, friend.
All right.
I gotta go take care of a little business.
All right, Michael. We'll see you soon.
Thank
All right. We've got Frostbite coins on here, guys. And
What's going
we've
on,
had
brother?
on the channel a few times. Hey, Frosty, how's it going?
Doing well, thank you.
So tell me how the year's going for you. Has this been a year that you were expecting or kind of unexpected?
Channel wise, so the year's been good for me. Just about to hit 7K, so definitely good growth there. Silver surprised the holy hell out of me. I was not anticipating this at all. I think if you talk to Tiger, Tiger knows that I don't do predictions. But we were just chit chatting, and I'm like, if it gets to 45, 50, I mean, that's just crazy. I never expected 78, 79. It was just unreal.
I did not either. I'm just pulling up your channel here so we can put it in the comments. And we put it down here. You guys, if you haven't already subscribed to Frostbite, all got to me too. Go subscribe. Let's see if we can get them up to 8,000, 7 or 8,000.
So I'm only like
7,000.
150 away from 7,000.
All right, let's see if we can get them to 1,000 right now, guys. We've got more than 150 people in here. There's 315 in here. Take a second to go and do that. But I'm with you, Frosty. Like, I thought we would probably get to a high of 40 this year. And, the reason I thought that was going to happen is when I look at a lot of the charts from technical analysis, I don't use it like prophecy. I use it more like a road sign on the way to Vegas for me. And so at one of those road signs I was seeing was gold leading silver for probably the next year or two. So I didn't expect the ratio to come below 80 until maybe later in 2026. And we've seen the ratio get almost down to about 52 or so, which is crazy. I didn't expect that to happen so fast.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. And I mean, we talked, OC Sacker and I have talked, as well as you and I have talked. I'm thinking 45, 50, right? That was kind of where, if it gets there, it gets there. Outstanding. That'll be nice. But what's happened in the last 2 months is it's ridiculous. I mean, it's like, what in the world is happening? And I know just a moment ago, you pulled that cup up,
Yep.
again, I did something talking with, again, Tiger and I just chit chat because, Tiger and I do a lot of lives and stuff together. And so I was looking at some of the numbers, and if it's like, if it drops, like significantly drops, and it goes down to 52 or somewhere like that, I'll be buying again, right? This is something that I'll definitely be buying the dip. I won't be buying right now. Actually, I've consolidated out of some silver to move it to platinum, and I did that around 1750, 1850. So what I was trying to do on that front was just lighten the stack, consolidate my wealth, right? You got to do that from time to time. But looking at the GSR, looking at the platinum to silver ratios, 50 to 1, 30 to 1. I mean, come on. Right? When in the hell did you expect that? A few months ago it was 100 to 1. So
Well, that's the thing. And, what I'll tell you is if you see this line that dips back down, right? If we dip back down to 50, what do you think? What do you think's going to? And for me, I think the ratio is going to go back up. But I mean, do you see that happening, or do you think gold's going to dip too?
You know, gold is money, right? When you look at what the fundamental tenet of gold is, it's money. Whereas silver, platinum, and palladium, they're industry-based items.
Yep.
So I don't see silver. I don't see silver and gold following each other. I see a gold coming down a little bit just because, I mean, if you look at the numbers, right? Just run from January 1, and you guys can Google this, you can AI this, you can go look at the chart and sort it. Just do January 1st from 2019 to 2026. Obviously, we're not quite there yet. And 2025, it's like a straight line up. Donk. I don't see gold falling like silver rose. So I think it'll come down a little bit, but I think we're going to get that silver ratio probably around 70s, 80s, maybe back up into the 90s, but I think it's probably going to sit around the 80s. And obviously then it'll be out of platinum and gold and I'll be back into silver.
I think that's a pretty safe bet as well. I'm seeing if I can pull up a chart from Kevin real quick too, because he talked about that as well. It was on one of my videos, but to go find it on the video would take a while. Let me see if I can find it here 1 second. So he was kind of looking at that, thinking that we were probably going to get down with the ratio. Let's see if it's this one. The ratio is probably going to go back up towards 80, maybe as high as 90. And so I think kind of with your point of potentially doing a gold to silver ratio swap there, I think we have maybe one more opportunity for people to take advantage of that. Let's see. Yeah, it's hard to find all these charts. I try to save them, but then there's so much going on. Shoot, I don't see it. It's in one of my videos, guys, though. If I can find it before we're done here, I'll pull it up. But you're going to have those kind of things happening, and then you're going to have let's see if I can pull this chart up real quick too. This kind of goes to the numbers of everything that's been up, and it includes Bitcoin. Let me just pull this one up. Share this again real quick here. So this is
Bitcoin
something
got bit.
Yeah, this I did not expect to see, guys. I mean, I have a lot of friends that are into Bitcoin, and they were swearing to me that it was going to hit 250 to 444,000. Now, I didn't buy any Bitcoin. Anytime I'm tempted to buy Bitcoin, my gut tells me don't do it. So I don't do it. And I end up buying more metals. But the time to buy Bitcoin was around 10,000 and then around 20,000. Those were the times to buy it. The time to buy silver was around 20 to 25 bucks. The time to buy gold was around 2,000, 1,800. Now that doesn't mean you can't buy it on the way up, right? But it's much better to dollar cost average. I mean, if you went and bought all of your silver for the very first time on Friday, you're feeling a pretty big sting right now. And it's going to be someone bought Bitcoin at 128,000 at that top, and they're feeling that big time. But something's going on here in the market where you've got the cryptocurrencies going lower. They never had their big spike. They never had the big Bitcoin season. They never had the big altcoin season. And it looks like they're already in a winter already. And so, something's going on here. Even the S&P 500 at least had a gain, but gold and silver blowing them out of the water like that, I'm not aware of another year where we've had that happen since crypto's been alive. I mean, it hasn't happened before.
No, I think crypto's hard, and and again, I will be very clear. I'm not a crypto guru at all. I've studied it recently. I've had some people on the channel who talked about it. I have a little bit more of an understanding of it, but I'm not somebody to really to kind of dig into this. But when you look at what happened on Thursday or Monday, where it went up to 90, you're talking about $100 million loss in an hour and a half because the massive selling. Are people getting out of Bitcoin? Maybe, but I think there's been a lot of really decent news with the banking industry and with some of the investment firms regarding Bitcoin and some of the big things that they've been doing. And, people rotate in and out of stuff all the time. Is this just a cycle? And again, well, you see cycles all the time. So I don't really know. It's interesting
I
to
don't.
see. I was really surprised when I seen the drop though.
I don't know either. I mean, it's never happened before, so I think it's one of those interesting things we're going to find out. And for any of you that have crypto, and Bitcoin, people don't want to call it crypto; they want to call it something else. It's still crypto, but for any of you that have that, I'd be curious in the comments to see what your thoughts are. Are you selling it? Are you holding on to it? Are you putting it into metals? One of the things that's very interesting about investing versus stacking, they're two different things. I see like Economic Ninja has a pretty big following on his channel, and he really talks more about investing. He doesn't really talk about stacking. He'll mention it sometimes, but most of it's investing. And so his whole thing is, okay, sell your silver now, buy silver, and then sell your silver because we're at the top. Go in and buy Bitcoin and other cryptos, and then sell those and move into real estate or move into. Anyway, that's investing where you're trying to play these arbitrages, you're trying to get the tops and bottoms of the market, and you're trying to increase your portfolio like that. I look back, if I just put money into gold and silver back in 2000 and held it that long, it's all way up higher. All right, let's see the cool coin you've got. I want to zoom in on that real quick.
Oh, somebody just asked me what was in the tube.
All right, let's see. It's like a Egyptian.
Yeah, they're the Egyptian gods.
I don't know the alligator guy.
They're really cool.
That is really cool looking.
So
Is it kind of antiqued?
no, I don't antique my stuff. But there's different things in here. I have Una and the Lions. These are just 2-ounce rounds. So that's all this is.
Got it. All right, I'm going to put
Somebody
Frostbite's
asked.
channel on here again real quick, and then Tiger, if you want to come up here too, I'll put the link down below for you to join us. But I'll put Tiger down there. OC, if you want to say anything, you can. I just know you were eating, so we're kind of giving you a break. Here's one more thing I wanted to ask you too about Frostbite. I thought this was really interesting. So I'm much more of a gold bug. I got into the precious metals primarily to hedge inflation in 2021. That's when I started heavily stacking. And I went after gold because I have been blessed enough to have some wealth to protect. I wasn't looking to grow wealth. I was looking to protect what I had. So I started buying gold at that time. And then I got into more silver because there were some fun collectible coins and they were way cheaper than gold. The longer I get into the stacking, the more I start to see, like you mentioned, gold is money. So the good thing about gold is it moves much slower than other commodities and assets,
Right.
up or down, and so you have more stability. So I think it's great for a savings account. I think it's good for wealth protection or wealth insurance. But then I started seeing things like silver and starting to understand it more. And so one of the things that's coming up in this one here is you hear a lot of people talking about the gold to silver ratio when it comes out of the ground, and that's really what the real ratio should be. Well, maybe this was a cool post I saw the other day that talked about it being more about what's actually available, not how it's mined. And so this shows about 205,000 metric tons of gold that's mostly stored in vaults, which means at any given time, those vaults could decide to start putting the metals on the market, which could put pressure for the price of gold to go down. However, the good news is most of the people that have the gold in the vaults don't want the price to go down. Therefore, they're not going to do that. It's mostly central banks, and nations. But on the flip side, there's not as much silver available out there. And it doesn't get recycled. It gets used in weapons of war and gets, atomized to where you're never going to bring it back. But do you have any thoughts or takes on, gold versus silver as far as, why you stack each one of them, and do you potentially see the ratio coming down over time? Do you see us eventually getting to the point where potentially silver is getting much closer to the mining ratio, or even a ratio like this would actually invert it to where it would be silver is worth more than gold?
I learned a very valuable lesson from my grandfather years ago about predicting the availability or the transfer of wealth in something. And what he used to tell me is something that is new technology, for instance, an iPhone, right? When they first came out, everybody's like, that's not going to work. It's not going to happen. It's not going to do well. The adoption of things is only good until people get on board. Okay, so silver, gold, they've been around. A lot of Americans still don't know the value of the metals. They just don't have a clue. So I think that in the circles in which people travel, I don't see there's going to be a significant impact. I think what's going to really impact silver is industry.
Yep.
And same thing with platinum, same thing with palladium. But here's my warning. People are like, well, you can only use palladium for this. Well, as of right now, in 6 weeks, they could find out that they could use some other weird freaking created metal, and all of a sudden it takes over, and either these prices go up or they go down. So I'm very cautious to say yes. I'm very cautious to say there's going to be an impact because there's so many variables, there's so many unknowns, and I just don't have enough information to speak about it. If I were to
Yeah.
say which one would I invest in, I would lean gold. Now, I told you before, I'm reducing the amount of silver that I have because I'm trying to consolidate my wealth. And it's about weight consolidation. That's all it is. It's about consolidating, 130 ounces into 3 ounces of platinum and a couple other things out of the side for my numismatic piece. I was happy at that. Will I continue to do that? No, I'm going to wait and see what's going on. I've done what I needed to. I've consolidated the amount that I had available that I was going to do that. I'm diversifying within my stack, within my portfolio. I have achieved what I wanted to achieve at this point. Now I need to stop, reassess my plan, and stick to it. So I'm trying not to be reactionary to these things and really stick to what I'm supposed to do, stick to what I've planned, talk to people who know way more about this than I do, and then make educated assumptions based off of what's going on. Hope that makes sense.
It does. Well, the main thing I always tell people too is you got to have a strategy and you've got to have a plan you put in place. And so, one of the things that's very important, and we'll do a silver giveaway here in just a second, guys. As soon as I'm done with this point, we'll do a silver giveaway, and we'll also show a poll that we just did, and then we'll start a new poll. So I always think it's important to have that strategy of what you're going after. Storing I'm just going to use round numbers here. Storing $100,000 of silver takes up a massive amount of space versus $100,000 in gold.
Fact.
Huge fact. And so just an example on my table here, we'll pull this screen off here for a second. So this is a 2-ounce coin here, which is going to be approximately worth 140 bucks. This is a 1-ounce gold coin, which is going to put you at about 4,400 bucks, wherever it's at right now. There's a huge difference in that wealth. Now, as the ratio goes down, that silver is going to start to have more and more value in that form function. But the last 100 years, I think the average ratio has been somewhere 45 to 50. While there's been manipulation. So I don't see us going down much below, say, 30 or 40 on the ratio, and I don't see us staying there unless we go back to sound money and we're backing the currency with gold again. And then they peg it, and then they peg silver to the gold. Without doing something like that, I just don't see us having that stability. Now, I could be wrong to your point too. At certain points, it doesn't make sense to use silver if it gets super high. If silver gets up to $1,000 an ounce, I'm not sure that using it in solar panels makes any sense. It might be too expensive.
That's correct.
And so they may go to copper, they may go to, nickel or some other metal that's not quite as conductive, and it may not be as efficient, but it may be what they have to do. On the flip side, if we're still in a fiat dollar system, it's possible that nations, if they feel like they need silver and it's super expensive, they could also print more money to go buy and acquire the silver. But that's where things are going to get interesting, I think, going in the future here, is countries may decide to take over the silver mines or the gold mines within their jurisdiction. We may see situations where, like China tomorrow, not allowing silver to leave the country, where they start to hoard it. And we might start to see situations where, with the price gets high enough, they start really recycling it. And even in a copper mine, they may be looking more for silver than just coming across it every once in a while.
So can I
yeah,
interject a question real quick?
sure.
I've heard a couple people talking about this today, and I think this is a really good question for you and for Chad. If you've already discussed it, I
Yep.
apologize. Outside of national wealth preservation, what do you think China's primary motive for doing this? We've had uh, the Coin Act 1868 or 1854 that said, we can't have foreign money as money, so you can't melt down the gold or silver and send it abroad. Even with copper, right? You can melt down copper and you can utilize it for artistic things of that nature, but you can't melt down coins and just create your own bars. It's illegal. What do you think China's thing is with this?
As far as not allowing silver to leave,
Yeah.
so I don't know for sure, but here's what I read yesterday. At least an idea was around solar panels. And I think 80% of all the solar panels manufactured are in China. And I've heard 25% of the silver mined in the world is out of China, and about 75% of it being refined is in China. So to me, what it feels like is they want to corner maybe that market. Maybe it's the EV battery market. And by them controlling the silver, it allows them to keep it in there to manufacture those batteries and those panels, which keeps anybody from competing with them. Now, to your point earlier, though, is, will people buy it if it's super, super expensive? So, Samsung's coming out with this new solid state battery that I think it's a 600-mile range and charges in like 9 minutes or something like that. Might have those a little off, but it's close to that. That works if silver's probably at $20, but if silver's sitting up at $200, does that battery get expensive enough that it's only in the very high end models and they're not selling very many of them? So I'm looking at it from an economic standpoint, like that kind of makes sense. Maybe they're trying to corner the market and bring all that silver in. But
Yep.
I also look at it from another angle, which is like, for work, I'll use Uber or Lyft a lot when I go into other cities. I just don't want to take the risk of driving my own car, having to find parking and all that other stuff. If I can do a ride share, I do it. And when I first started using those guys a few years ago, and they were competing heavily with taxis and they were competing with rental car companies, they lowered their prices way low. And I could get from my house to like LAX, which is an hour and 15-minute drive. It would cost me like $55 on Uber. Now it costs me about $165 to do that same thing. And we're only talking 2 years ago. And so, they may be doing something like that where they're going to corner the market and then they're basically going to jack up all the prices. That's the best I can think of.
Well, and again, one of the questions, I have a theory, not necessarily conspiracy theory, but with what's happening with the China and their creation of their exchange, right? Their metals exchange, that's really ticked off some of the key players. In particular, JP Morgan. We won't go too much into that, but there's
That's
Fine,
the
man.
beverage of the night, guys, right there. I love this
Nice.
stuff.
I'm drinking ginger beer.
So,
But anyway, looking at some of these things, it just made me wonder what everybody's opinion. I see a lot of military, a lot of cornering the market for industry. I lean that same way. I think it's a combination more towards industry. But I've heard people talk about, the potential for the war machine and the things of that nature. And I understand that, but again, I just wanted everybody else's opinion on this.
yeah, I'd love to see comments in here too, guys, from you guys. Looks like Tiger's going to be coming up with this in a minute here. So, let's see. Okay, Frostbite, tell me if I lose my audio here, okay?
Huh?
Can you still hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, we're going to do this. Okay, wait a second. Why is Tiger not going up?
Because I'm blessed with technology.
Well, we can hear you, Tiger. We just can't see you.
I can't see you. I see OC, Frostbite, and Surfer Cam.
Yeah, yours isn't going up. Maybe, I don't know. That's weird.
Change your are you using StreamYard?
Yeah.
Go down to your panel that shows the different views and do the one that's, I think it's the number 2 slot. Click on that one, see if that rectifies the situation. Nope. Okay, interesting. Not sure.
No, it's really weird because the audio's in there and it has the remove thing. It's not, he's not coming up. Well, I guess I'll leave myself on here. We can still hear you, Tiger, right? Go ahead and talk.
Well,
Yeah.
it's got a very good point there. I have heard the argument that the big boys like J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, might manipulate the system because they've been doing it for years and probably experts at it, and that might go ahead and uh, put China in a very precarious position holding the physical when the paper has manipulated things in a way that's going to hurt China's economy. That is a possibility. But you know, we're in more than just a financial war. We're in a war where they've played uh, games, warlike games with our power grid, with technology. They want to be in charge of uh, the IA and everything else that is technological, and they need silver to do it. So one of the concerns I have is that they might look at the financiers here in our country playing games with them, and that's not the game they want to play. They might want to play the game where we're going to put this silver into war machines and missiles, or into high tech computer stuff to have a cyber war with us, which I think would be more likely to happen before a physical war. So I think that there is a potential that we're playing checkers and they're playing chess, especially when you consider that our governments last 4 to 8 years, theirs last longer, and they have the ability to play the long game when we don't.
Yeah. Well, they look at they're dynastic. So they're looking at 100-year time periods. We look at 4-year time periods.
Yeah.
We're very myopic. And I think you could be right on that, Tiger. Like, silver is used for a lot of things. So going back to Frostbite's comments, right? If we're talking solar panels, there's a price where you no longer can afford to put silver in your panels. Okay, it doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah.
To sell to people and put on their houses, right? Even these solid state EV batteries, at some point it only goes into the top vehicles, and then at some point it doesn't make any sense. However, if you're putting it into war machines, you really don't care what the price is for it. I mean, obviously, like we've been paying like $1,000 for a hammer. I mean, obviously a hammer doesn't cost $1,000. Where's the rest of the money going, right? It gets siphoned into these other black op projects and other things. But even if you just look at the real cost of things, especially a country like the United States, where we have the world reserve currency, we can just continue to funnel more and more money into the war machine, and we will. If we have to put silver into something, then it doesn't matter what it costs, we put it in there. So if you're China and you have understanding of that, and you can corner the market, and you can have and keep as much of the raw resources and natural resources to yourself, and no one else can have them, you've got a huge advantage.
You
to
do.
what's going on. So I think we're talking about silver and gold becoming money again. I think we're talking about industry. I think we're talking about the military industrial complex. I think we're talking all those things. So real quick, guys, what I want to do is we're going to do a quick silver giveaway while you're on here. Do hashtag silver, guys. And that's a chance to win. I've got a really cool Mercury dime we're going to do a giveaway for right here. So put your hashtag silver in there, just like in the stream right now, and you can see there's 38. We got 331 people in here. Let's see if we can get that up to 100 people. But here is the Mercury dime. You can't see it very well, but there you go. It's a 1945 or 6 or something like that. So it's a cool dime. So I want to ask you, Frostbite,
If
and
it's a
Tiger.
46, it's worth a lot of money or it's counterfeit. Mercury
No, I think it's
dimes
a
ended in
45.
45. So
Yeah, I think it's a 45. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like a 45.
hey, do me a favor. I just dropped a link in the studio chat. Can you drop that in there as not a mod? I can't drop that. Earlier, we were referencing JP Morgan. So if you guys are not tracking the conversation, this is a Reuters article that talks about JP Morgan paying $920 million for manipulating the treasury market. So go click on that link if you want to look at that. It talks about the $400 million fine, the $300 million fine, the $172 million fine as disengorgement for the commodities futures trading, where they falsely raised up the opportunity that they were going to sell, that they were going to sell, that they were going to sell, they were going to buy, they're going to buy. Everybody went in, bought a bunch of stuff, prices went up, and then they cut the legs out from underneath the transaction and shorted it and made a crap ton of money in the trillions, like just massive amount of money. So the fines that were done, that was in 2020. Reminder, JP Morgan is the major holder of the SLV, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's history, folks. So go watch this. Go look at this. Read that article. You might learn something you probably didn't know before. So I apologize. It took me a second to find the article in my list of references, but I think your community will definitely appreciate looking at that.
No, you guys definitely go look at that. I think that's awesome. I'm going to end the poll here real quick because I want to bring that up to get your guys' opinion on it as well. So I think it'll pull up in the stream here real quick. So here's the poll. We had, oh shoot, 426 votes. Okay. I like that poll. It's, as a statistician guy, you got to get to 1,000 to have it be completely relevant, but we're pretty close. We're about halfway there. What's the prediction for 2026? The highest price, not where it ends on December 31st of 2026. We've got 77% of the people believing that it'll be over $100. We've got 15% believing it's going to be around $100. About 4% believing it's going to be around 70, and we've got 4% that believe it'll be under $70. So here's what's interesting. I do these polls from time to time, and they're when you do a post on YouTube, it's really only the polls that give you an idea of how many people actually saw it. At least from my experience, because I can't really tell what the stats are on it until people interact, and a lot of times you don't get that many comments. But when I see this, Frosty, and Tiger, and even OC, I think OC's still in the house here. What this tells me here is that we're running into a situation where every time I ask these polls, I like to ask them when there's momentum going on. We get into a situation where everybody kind of is going down one stream, and I always want people to be cautious, right? 77% of the people believe it's going over 100, which tells me that most people believe that buying silver today at 70 would still be a really good opportunity. However, you can't rule out the fact that we haven't gone and even touched near the 200-day moving average for like 8 months, maybe almost a year now. And when that happens, we start to run into situations where people stop believing there's ever going to be a correction. And when that correction comes, then everybody loses their mind. And then when corrections happen, and they usually consolidate for a handful of months, and then you start to go back up, and if you have a higher low, then you're dealing with an uptrend in the market. But I do think it's important for people to understand that, yes, I do think we have a very high probability of being over $100 next year. Silver Dragons came out with a prediction of 150. I think Yankee was 120. I haven't done my prediction video yet, and I will put one out there, but I think it's going to be over $100. But I would not be taking money out of other investments just because I think it's going over $100. You got to be careful with speculating too heavily into something that we really don't know what the future is going to hold with this. But anyway, do you guys, the three of you, do you have any comments, thoughts on that?
Well, I did one not long ago, and I'm not a financial expert, and certainly don't know the level of macroeconomics that Yankee does or you do. But I do it just for fun. I enjoy the fun of guessing, trying to see if I will get somewhat close. My estimation for silver by this time next year will be 125, and gold will be 6,000, maybe a little bit more. And I think that the gold to silver ratio will be somewhere ranging between 50 and 55. So that's what I posted, about a week ago.
Okay. I think we could, I have a really hard time believing that we're anywhere near that we're going to be anywhere near close to a 30 ratio on silver. I don't think that comes until closer to 2030, in my opinion. I think we've just seen it drop very quickly, and gold's just been sitting there and doing its thing. I think we may have Bitcoin people and other crypto people playing into the market, as well as countries fighting back and forth and some billionaires getting involved. And to Frosty and even Kevin's comment earlier that we looked at on X, I do think we're going to see a situation where we're going to see silver go down and then go back up. But I have a hard time believing that we're going to get much below a 50 ratio right now. Like, there's just not a reason for silver to go screaming like it is right now and for gold to sit there. So either gold's going to start going up again, or silver's going to have to, take a little bit of a correction. We are dealing with markets where there are investors involved that affect spot price, and they do look for profit taking. I think when we hit $100, we're going to see a massive amount of profit taking happening. OC, you've been quiet. Are you still with us?
I am. I'm just, we have plenty of people in chat, so I'm just listening and paying attention. We have a house full of people, so I've been muting and going.
No problem.
I'm out in the garage, and so my door slams. I have a spring on it, so they're all running in and out of the garage, chasing things out of the refrigerator. So.
So I have a
right.
question for you.
Yeah.
You happen to have a chart where you can, I don't know if SD has this or which place has this. Can you pull up silver, gold, and the inflation rate?
Yeah. Well,
Because if
we
you
can
can
pull up
pull
some
the
stuff.
three
Let
of
me
them
see
up
what I can find
together,
real
that
quick.
tells you a massive story.
Let's search for it real quick here. Give me a second. We're going to do with AI. It'll be a little faster this way.
Because if you look at where silver's gone in retrospect to the rate of insanity, inflation, I mean, or if we look at the gold in relation to inflation, you can see that gold has slightly outpaced inflation. You see that same trajectory, that same parallel. This is why on the financial end, it's such a good comparison. But what's silver doing? And again, you have to take things in construct of power. So you're looking at price differentials. You have to bring those and adjust that number down so that they align evenly. But it's a telling story.
So we got a chart loading. Okay, AI just made a chart for me. Okay.
Beauty.
So before we get there, let's draw this real quick, guys. I'm going to put in
Yeah,
a
no
3,
problem.
2, 1. So here's a 3. Got to hurry and put in hashtag silver. And then we've got a new poll question. Hopefully that makes sense. What I'm asking in the poll is, what does your gold to silver ratio look like? Are you heavier gold, heavier silver? Or are you about 50-50?
What,
That's another one I want to bring up in a minute. But we're going to go
are
ahead
you
and
going
run
to
this
base
now,
that?
guys.
Are you going to base that on the fiat dollar, or are you
Yeah,
going to
dollar
base that on?
value.
Okay.
Well, I think I said that in there. Yeah, in dollars. Okay, so the winner, congratulations, is at NMW86.
And by the
So
way, if you don't know, he's a brand new, or they are a brand new member.
yes, so we're going to hit that in just a second too. We're going to hit those too. So anyway, real quick, send me an email, stackingsurfer@gmail.com. Do a couple things. Remind me that you're a new member. Also put in there your mailing address, and we'll get this done. It'll be one of the dimes that come out today. If you remind me it's a Mercury dime, I'll make sure you get the Mercury dime. Um, it may be a different year than what I showed up earlier. We do our best, but my eyes are kind of having problems. So you might get the wrong year. But unfortunately, we don't have the 1956 in here. So
And Surfer might double your value if you tell me he has good hair.
that might help a little bit. And right now, this is just coming out of the shower doing this thing. So congratulations on that, by the way. And then also take a screenshot if you can. It just helps me. Well, that's weird. I can't put it up there anymore. Let's try again. Anyway, take a screenshot of that so I know that you hit that too, which just helps. All right, we're gonna do more giveaways, guys. We'll do a couple more giveaways here in a few minutes too. So, keep putting in hashtag silver, and we'll add you guys back up, and we'll re-pull it again. All right, so what I wanted to do too, frostbite on that, because now I distracted myself a little bit. Actually, let's do this real quick. Let me hit a couple of the starts that we just had here too. So a couple quick super chats. Thank you for the super chat, Tiger. We've got another one from Fuzzy here. He said, what about $50 gold buffaloes, yay or nay? So here's my take on gold buffaloes. I love them. I do not like the gold eagles as much as the buffaloes because I'm more of a 24 karat gold kind of guy. However, I've learned from going to a smelter. Okay, this is kind of an interesting fact. At least the one we go down to in LA, they will actually give you a little bit more money for your eagles than your buffaloes because they will account for the silver and the copper that's in the coin. Whereas with a gold buffalo, you only have 1 ounce of gold, and the eagle, you have 1 ounce of gold, and then you've got, I think it's like another 10th ounce of silver copper combination. I don't know the exact mix on the alloy. 5.33. So
5.3%.
you get a little bit more of that with a melter. However, I don't recommend taking these to melters unless you're, it's your only opportunity. It's really the only best price to go for. A lot of times with buffaloes and eagles, you can try to sell them retail or trade them with someone else in the community. You help them get a better deal. You get a better deal out of it too. I love buffaloes. Here's the problem with buffaloes. This time of year, it seems like they stop making these things in October or something. Frosty, you'll have to correct me on that or not, but it seems like they stopped making them towards the end of the year. And then every time at the end of the year, the price premium skyrockets on them above eagles. And then it comes back down in the end of the spring. And so I would not be paying like a $300 premium. I wouldn't be paying probably more than $25 over an eagle if I could buy them, and they're hard to find. So I'd be very careful paying crazy premiums, guys. Like that's one of the things that I have a hard time with goldbacks on. I think goldbacks are cool. I think they're really cool design on them. And I was on Tiger's channel earlier with you, Frostbite. You guys were talking about it. I like them. I have some, but I just have one stack. I don't have all the states. I don't collect them. I have one of the original Utah sets, which is their first set they've done. So there's some collectability to that. But for me, I usually just buy them to sell at the coin shows. It's something inexpensive for kids to come up and spend $5 or $10 on it. Now they're closer to $10. They're good for go bags for 72-hour kits to put in a car for emergencies, things like that. But it's the same with the premiums on the gold coins. Be very careful when you're buying gold and even silver for that matter that you don't pay crazy premiums. If you're paying over 5% on gold, find a different product. On silver, if you're going over 10%, in my opinion, you're paying too much. Right now, you should be able to get things closer to spot price, and there are deals out there. If you're paying 20% on silver, I think you're way overpaying for it right now, and I'd pull back. Like Silver Eagles right now, not a great price. Okay. Anybody's take on that? What do you guys think? Buffaloes, yay or nay?
From a collectability standpoint, yes. I'm right there with you. I wouldn't be paying massive premiums for them. And if you buy them and you don't plan on leaving them in a tube, put them in individual tubes. They are soft. They will scratch.
Oh yeah.
So you have to take great care of them. But I'm all for buffaloes.
I am too. Keep them in a capsule. Don't touch them.
Put them in the
Yep.
capsule, then put that capsule in a tube. Little extra protection.
Or
Then
if you've
put
got
that
20 of
tube
them, if you have
True.
20 of them
in a
and they
box.
came in a tube, just leave them in the tube.
Leave them in the tube. Yeah.
Leave
Just taking them out to put them in capsules, you're running a risk of at least a 10% chance you're going to drop one of those dumb things. It's going to dent. Hardwood floor, it'll dent your coin. Okay, if it hits the leg of a chair that's metal, it's going to dent your coin. I've had it happen, and the scratching's very easily. It scratches very easily too. That's why the Eagles and like Krugerrands are alloys. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna hit that real fast. Let's see what else we got here. We had a Tiger, another $5 super chat. So thank you. Send me an email invite. The link won't work. All right, we're in. We're good. Fuzzy, $2 super chat. Thank you. China, excuse me, is going to be using silver for EV batteries. Yes, for sure they're going to be doing that. Another quick comment in here, real quick. This was from F37 Metal at Stag and Stiffer. Do you recommend purchasing silver right now during this dip, or should I wait for a bit longer for a lower price? So here's what I'm going to tell you guys on this. I have no idea what the price is going to do. Okay. No one that has a YouTube channel has any idea. The Asian guy that is not a guy, it's really AI. Could be a lady, it could be a grandma that's pulling all this off. But to me, it looks like it's an organization because they're blowing away the stats of any other YouTube channel I've even seen, not even just in our category. So they seem to know what they're doing and cornering the market pretty easily. No matter what anybody tells you, no one has any idea what the price is going to be next week and where it's going to go. So what I can tell you is that we're kind of in ranges that are out there. So one of the ranges to be looking at, guys, is this. You want to look at 200-day moving averages. That's where your base is. If you break below the 200-day moving average, you're starting to go into bear market territory, and you should expect the prices to go lower, which means you're going to get lower highs and lower lows. Okay, everything starts going lower. Above the 200-day moving average, we're having an up market. You're going to have higher lows and higher highs. So right now we haven't even come close to testing the 200-day moving average for gold or silver. That's weird. It doesn't make any sense that we should have tested it in the fall and in the winter, and it looks like we might not even completely do that. So to me right now, we haven't had a dip. I think we had a blip up. So to me, 69, $70 is just kind of the price it's been for the last few weeks. Anything above that was an anomaly. So to me, this is not a dip. A dip would be us going into the 50s. I don't think we're going to probably go much below 55, maybe $52 on silver. I have a hard time seeing us going much below, say, $4,100 on gold. So, in my opinion, what I would say is if you have a budget and you want to spend X amount of dollars on silver or gold in the next, say, 4 months, I would just take and divide that into an amount of money per week. I would just buy weekly. That's called dollar cost averaging, and it's going to be your best, safest bet. If we have a dip that goes down to 55, you might want to take all of that money and buy at that point because it's a local dip. Now you want to wait for the confirmation, see what some of the channels are talking about, what the charts are showing there. And if we never go down to 55, well, then you didn't sit there and wait with your money. And let's say we went higher, you didn't get stuck, having to buy much higher. That's kind of my take on it, guys. So what would you guys give advice on?
I wouldn't.
If you want to buy, I would say if you want to buy, you have to buy. You itch to buy. I would go with constitutional. They don't want it. The prices are lower.
But
That
would you buy now? Did we have a dip? Would you buy now? Would you wait for another price? Is there a certain price that has to be at before you buy?
right now I'm not buying any, but that's because the work change that I've got going on because of the health. But if I was working, it depends. I mean, if I did do something, it would be constitutional. Um,
So these dimes right here just came from a purchase I made um, on. Let's see, what day did we do this?
Well, we locked in the deal just under 2 weeks ago, and because of the holidays and his travel, we didn't get it back. We got those. When did they show up? We picked them up Saturday.
Okay, so we picked those up on Saturday, and I want to say we were at $43.50 face.
Yep.
And so by the time we actually did the transaction, it was after the Friday height, right? So, I want to say melt was like at 50.
It almost hit 52, I think, on
No,
Christmas.
52, you're right. Yeah, it was at 52. So we almost bought $10 below melt.
Mm-hmm.
And so one thing I want to point out to you guys on this, and when I say these things, people go, "Oh my gosh, how do I buy it at that price?" Okay, you buy it at that price by knowing the other people and building a local community of people, or even a community of people around the country here too. That um, all of us get into situation. Well, oftentimes we get into situations where we need to liquidate a little bit of our metals, and hopefully we can buy them back at some point. But when we go to do that, there's people in the community that are willing to buy them. A lot of times OC Stacker can buy, I buy. And what we try to do is always offer a better price than what they can get from going to an LCS. And these are smaller deals. These aren't at scale. If you're doing something at scale, reach out to Andy Scheckman, Miles Franklin, info@milesfranklin.com. Let them know that Stacking Surfer sent you. If you're buying monster boxes and stuff like that, go that way. Reach out to Andy and take care of that. If you're selling a monster box, it's probably the better way to go right now. Hopefully in the future we can help you out a little bit more with that. But if you're selling, a handful of tubes of Constitutional, or you've got a couple tubes of Eagles or whatever else, a lot of times we can find someone in the community that will pay you more than what you'll get from an LCS. But most of this is local deals done, so we don't have to pay for shipping back and forth. And so to me, we can find these good deals. So when I look at buying silver, I wasn't going to buy silver at $80. To me, I needed confirmation that that was going to go higher. Tiger, you almost got up here for a second. That was really weird.
no, it wasn't. I took off the avatar. I have a piece of tape over top of my camera, and that's what you get. I bet you if
Oh,
I go
that's
back to
interesting.
the studio
Oh,
and attach
it's
the camera, then it will work.
it's a setting in your settings on the right hand side, Surfer. You have don't allow on panel without their camera being turned on. Turn that off, and his avatar will be able to appear.
Is that under guests? No.
Yeah. So when you go to the right side, you'll see the people. So you see all of us there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I don't know
Okay.
how you're structured, but you should see something that says um, show only if camera is active or something like that.
I don't see the setting. I see.
Let me open up a StreamYard on my side and I'll tell you exactly where it's at.
Okay. That'd be good. Okay, so let me. I'm going to keep going through a couple more of these real fast to start comments, and then we're going to do. We'll do another giveaway here in a minute.
So did we answer that question? Do we
All right.
recommend buying silver?
So my answer to F37 metal is this: I would dollar cost average. That's what I would answer for you. Now, what goes up comes down. Nothing goes straight up, even in a bull market. What I can't tell you though is I can't tell you if we've hit the top with 80 and we're going to go back down to 50, or if we're going to go from here up to 100 and then we're going to go back down to 60. I can't tell you the exact numbers of what's going to happen. you know, a lot of it comes down to your strategy. If you've already hit your numbers for constitutional junk silver that you want to hit, and you're now picking things up like Eagles, you know, you may not be doing dollar cost averaging as much as it is waiting for the premium to come down on Eagles. I always recommend buying the product that has the lowest premiums at the time, which right now is junk. Junk silver is the lowest. Bars, silver bars, some of them have really low premiums and below spot. Some of them are above spot. So I would look for the low premiums at this point. Know that prices could go down to 55, but they could also go up to 100. And it kind of comes down to, if it goes down to 55 and you buy here, you're going to feel really bad. If we're at 70 and it goes up to 100 and it doesn't come back down to 70, are you going to feel really bad? That's where the dollar cost averaging comes into play, because instead of buying at 100 or buying at 55, you kind of buy it, you know, 60, 70, or 80 on average. But how about you, OC? What would you say?
I'm along with those lines, but I'm also, if you walk in your LCS and he just took in a ton of Eagles and says, hey, you can buy an Eagle at spot or a dollar below spot, and you recognize that it was $84 and some change a week ago and it's down to 70, what is it down? 70, what is it now? Sorry. We're down to 71. I would recognize that we are in a dip and I would absolutely buy. So we can sit here and give parameters, but if you pay attention, like most of us in here do, I would say that we're in a minimum of a $10 dip right now. We know it's going to go up in 2026. So if I walked in my LCS or if someone was offering me something at spot right now, I think I would personally jump all over it. That's me.
So that's OCs. Okay, we're going to go to the next question here. The cost of living keeps going higher and higher, and nobody cares. No government cares. They all make excuses. Private citizens should do things that benefit them. So the reason I started this one too, guys, is this. I've just noticed this going even higher. My favorite taco place is Sancho's Taco here in Southern California, and they're just little street tacos. Like, one of them is not going to fill you up. Two of them probably won't fill you up. You probably need three of them. They just moved the price of those tacos up to $6 a piece. To think about having a lunch where you just have three tacos at those costs, to me, just it doesn't make any sense now. So, like, I don't want to pay $18 for a taco and then, you know, get a little bit of tax on top of that. I don't know how some of these businesses are going to stay in business. My income is not going up. My income is lower than it was in 2020. And so, you know, I'm feeling more of a pinch for my family relative to what we were doing in 2020. And I made great money in 2020, so we were putting money away. It's gotten tighter. And so this place does Taco Tuesday. That's pretty much like the only time I can go to it now. I also noticed, you know, we went out to dinner last night at another place, and the quality of the food was not great, and the price was pretty high. And so the standard of living is definitely going down. We're definitely having issues with that. And you know, one of the ways to combat that is gold and silver, because my silver has outweighed, you know, those cost increases that I've seen. But I also don't want to. So here comes Tiger. I'm going to take my face off so that we have four up here. That'll be a little better. So hopefully you guys can still hear me here.
Garth Brooks sang about that. You know that surfer?
No.
Just talked about answered prayers. So anyway.
No, I'm not much of a Garth Brooks guy, but
no, you removed your face from the screen. It was a really bad
oh,
joke,
an answer to prayer. See, I know there's a dad joke in there somewhere, and dad jokes don't work on me very well.
There's always a dad joke with me. You guys know me.
I know there is. Okay, so we're gonna do. You guys don't go anywhere. We're gonna do a silver giveaway in just a second here. We're gonna get through these
There'll
super
be a
chats
little
real quick.
extra silver if any of you chuckled at his joke.
Exactly. So here we go. Fuzzy says 3 different times they have canceled trades when they didn't have the money to cover it. Paper silver isn't guaranteed. One time they canceled 12 million trades. Okay. So there's a couple things just to point out to you guys. We aren't in a silver squeeze from the standpoint that there's not enough silver out there to go around. There's there's not like it's not like we ran out of silver. Okay, there's plenty of silver out there. It's who's holding the silver and what's it doing and how liquid is it. So there's not enough silver in the ETFs for them to continue to allow people to take the deliveries like they have been this year. And that's why they've been playing games like this, okay? Because a lot of people are playing the market. Silver is way more volatile than gold. They were playing this with gold a little bit, but they never got close to a real squeeze or anything. But they've kind of given up on gold. They've moved into silver. It looks like they're in platinum now. I don't know what happened to rhodium. That looks like Kitco broke. But when you look at what's happening with the markets here, there's still silver around. Okay, it's still being not created, but minted and refined. We are seeing that there are some pinch points that we're having in physical. Go on to any online dealer right now and try to buy, silver bars. They're pretty much out of everything. Try to go in and buy Constitutional. They have a ton of that. So it really depends on the product that you're kind of looking at. But yes, they're playing games with us there. So here's the new member, NMW86. So congrats on that win earlier. And then we had one more from Tiger here. Thanks for the super chat, Tiger. Correction, AGE composition is 91.67% gold, 3% silver, 5.33% copper, but it does have a full ounce of gold in it.
True.
Okay, so that's our start stuff. All right, so we're going to do one more silver giveaway here, guys. We're going to do a different name so that we don't have people winning that aren't in the stream anymore. This one's gonna be fun. So here we go. We're gonna put hashtag Tiger in here since we've got him up here. OC, you'll get your turn.
What are you trying to say?
I just heard a huh. He's been waiting for the OC tag for a long time. Okay. So this will be for a rosy dime. So whoever wins this one, let me know it's the rosy dime. There you go. And then we still have our gold giveaway that's coming up later, right here. So that one's coming still. All right, we got 86 in there, so you guys keep bringing that one up. Also, put your questions in the chat. I'll try to look back here and see if we're missing, if we had any big questions for you guys or for us.
Hey, Surfer, do you see my note in our chat?
Let me look here. Yeah, that sounds good for heist. And we've got Sean in the backstage here too. So SPB's in the house as well. So let's do this. All right.
So Frosty, are your 2026 goals I know you're more of a numismatist than you are a stacker, but are you planning on building your stack? And if so, are you going to stick with platinum, palladium, silver, or gold next year?
That's a great question. One of the things that I'm doing, we've talked about this. You guys know Lynette Zhang has talked about pre-33 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the numismatic value is non-existent compared to the precious metal. So it is an amazing time to be buying pre-33 gold. That's just my call, right? You and I have talked about this again. Now, she goes and talks about MS62 and how deep should you go into it. And if you're looking at, really putting money away, getting your numismatic holdings tied to that precious metal, there's a lot of knowledge in that. So I'm following a lot of that strategy.
Are you going with slabs with the rarities like the MS62, or are you going with the raw?
Both. Okay. Yeah, and you and I've talked about it. I'm doing a typeset book for my gold coins. So raw in that case, because again, you can stack and collect at the same time. If you're smart about how you do it, you can actually secure quite a bit of money from understanding both aspects of it.
Well,
But one thing
in
that I'm
frostbite, even the more rare, dates, and even the higher grades, the difference in premium between those are so thin right now. Um, you
fact,
know,
yeah.
you can almost kind of pick up things that maybe would have had a 2 or 3 times the spot price premium in the past at $150 above, a gold eagle.
Well, I mean, and again, I see David Chung saying pre 62.33 for spot. Yeah, absolutely, right. It's just a great time to be looking at those types of coins, St. Gaudens. Um, you mentioned the 50 Buffalo. It's not quite numismatic, but again, there are some of them that were 2013, right? Really key year for the gold Buffalo. And so if you understand how both the stacking and the numismatic aspect can play to your advantage, you can really do that. And right now is a great time to do that. So I'm really trying to focus on that, but I'm also stacking. But I'm doing what I said. My strategy was to shift some silver, reduce weight,
Mm-hmm.
liquidate into a smaller weight, that same general money. I know I'm going to lose a little bit or I'm going to gain a little bit. I'm
Mhm.
fine with that, but I'm reducing that weight. So that's kind of my strategy for 2026. And then obviously growing the channel, dispelling information, keeping the counterfeit folks coming on streams to talk about how to identify counterfeits and education series and stuff like that. So lots of stuff
That's
to do in 2026. I appreciate the ask.
well. That's a here. Let me follow up with that. So,
It-
given that strategy, are you going to be doing the GSR swap, or are you just looking to trade out, or what's your strategy as far as switching your assets, so to speak?
So it depends. And each situation, and again, I'm not a finance person. So this is
Well, no,
just
that's
based off
I'm
of my
asking you. I'm asking you
experience, right?
what your strategy is, what you're thinking.
So it depends on where you go. There are people in the community that I have done trades with that are absolutely fair and equitable that
Mm-hmm.
benefited both parties. I have traded with coin shops, and you lose a little bit there. But in a pinch, it's a great place to go to. Um, Sometimes a coin shop will be low because they've been sitting on something for a while and you get lucky.
Yeah.
So communicating with them, right? And you and I, how many times have we talked about the ship salt pepper shaker things, right?
Yeah. Which is
Sometimes things sit around, right? And so when the time is right, the opportunity presents itself, but you have to be looking.
yeah.
And I want to say something that OC said earlier when he's talking about evaluating and knowing where it's at every year. Folks, the one thing you should do with your stacks or with your collection, review them, evaluate them. And am I where I want to be? If so, what have I been doing correctly? And if not, what have I been doing wrong? If you do that, you will stay on point and you will be far better for it.
Very true.
Oh,
I
well,
mean,
yeah.
just recently, Frostbite Knights did a trade. He wanted something for his book. He wanted a classic head $5, and he sent me $2.50 Liberty heads. I like the classic head, but I wanted him to be able to fill his book. And I completely lost track of the fact that my classic had $5. I thought I had misremembered because I saw a $2.50, and my spreadsheet said I had one of each. I thought, wow, I must have entered this in wrong, and I went deeper into the stack and found the other one. So I did have a $5 one, and a $2.50 one. People are human. You're gonna forget, and even more importantly, your loved ones who don't pay attention to the precious metals, they're not going to know. They're going to know a whole lot less than you do. So those spreadsheets are going to tell them, "Hey, this is what's going on." And
Yep.
I'm not into all the numismatic details on my spreadsheet. I'm more about the weight. and my wife is going to be even less into the numismatic. So my death letter says, listen, if you're thinking this something is more of a numismatic, here's the contact information for Frosty and a couple other people. Call him. He'll walk you through it. So there you go. You got to leave messages for your loved ones because they're not going to listen.
Yeah. Well, I think it all comes down to your own personal strategy on all these things. So one, I think it's good to have a note, and we'll do the giveaway in just a second here, guys. I think it's good to have notes and to have people that your family can go to for if something happened to you, if you walk outside and get hit by a bus or worse. But you got to have that. But when it comes to things like GSR2, so much of it comes down to what your overall strategy is. If your end goal game is to have gold and you just want a lot of gold and you're really heavy in silver, that's going to affect your strategy a little bit differently than if you're just trying to grow the number of ounces by going back and forth. And it all comes down to the kind of premiums that you're going to have on those. So for example, if the GSR is at 100 right now and you want to move from gold into silver, if you're having to sell your gold and then buying silver, you may be at a GSR of 80 because of the difference, right? So you got to find a person that you can really, really swap with it at the right amount. If you find someone that says, hey, I'm heavy gold, I'd love to have more silver, let's do a swap, then it works out. Otherwise, you just end up running into a situation where you kind of have to play the extremes. Like right now, I don't think we're at a point, in my opinion, I wouldn't be swapping silver for gold right now. I'm still buying more silver than I am gold because I'm heavy on gold. I'm like 60% gold and 40% silver. Most people are kind of in a different position on that. And that kind of takes me to this poll I wanted to show you guys real quick. And then I think what we'll do is, Tiger, I want to thank you and Frosty for coming up. I've got Sean that's going to be coming up here in a second. And we'll hurry and run our, what do you call it? The giveaway here. But the poll that came in, we had 245 votes. What's your GSR ratio in dollars? 66% of the people have more silver, and 24% have more gold, and about 50% are at 10%. There's 10% of the people are at 50-50. Now, I'll tell you, it's funny, even with me being 60-40, when we had that huge spike up in silver, I got pretty close to being more like a 45, 65 ratio there, or 55-45 ratio there, when I look at the dollar value. So, as those ratios move around on this, it's also going to affect your stack. And so the other question is, do you go to recast it or reevaluate? If silver goes down to a 30 ratio, you're starting to get to a point where you probably have a lot more value in silver than you do in gold, even if you were to 50-50 one time. So anyway, Tiger and Frostbite, hold on for just 1 second. We're going to run this GAW real quick, guys. So get your last hashtag Tigers in there. I'm going to go ahead and draw this now. So I'll give you guys a 3, 2, 1 in here.
I wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to come up and chat with you all. We've had, I think all of us have met in 2025. Some of you guys may have known each other for much longer, but I know we met this year. Great friendships, great relationships, lots of great information from all the people on here. And I want to just say thanks to the chat that's here to support Surfer in what he's doing. Get him to 18K. That's amazing. But I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to come up and allow me to converse with you all. So thank you.
It's been awesome. I'm glad that ship coin ended up making it to you. Those ship coins, those triangle coins.
We need to do, I think we just need to do a full-on episode and talk about the drawbacks of hazardous waste.
I have no idea how it got labeled as hazardous waste, but so for you guys that are listening, these triangle coins that I sent to Frosty, I think I did an auction with him. We did an auction, and he picked those up afterwards from the auction, and
I
I
got one
kept
in my
the
hand.
yeah, I kept the antique versions of it. So yeah, here, let me blow it up so you guys can see it. I kept the antique version set. There's 4 of them, and I sent these ones to him. And this was part of me wanting to diversify a little bit out of too many collectibles and getting to more weight. And he wanted to pick these up, and we settled on a good price that worked for both of us. The problem is this thing somehow, when I went to ship it versus USPS, it got labeled as hazardous waste. So it sat in Los Angeles in some hazardous waste like facility for like 6 months. And by the time they showed up, he forgot he bought them, and he thought it was a very generous gift.
I did. I was like, I don't know what I've done, but man, I got to tell you, because it came the day after my birthday. And I
didn't
thought
know
you guys
that.
had sent that for my birthday. And so
Now I
I
feel
was like,
bad.
this is either a colossal joke, or they have done something really cool. And I was like, oh, this is cool. And then you're like, you guys called me and you were laughing, going, are you kidding me? And I was like, no. And we walked through, showed you the tracking. I took screenshots of all that stuff. So it was
Okay.
hilarious. Yeah,
Well, okay.
absolutely hilarious.
Hang tight real quick, guys. Here's what I want to do real fast before Sean, hopefully you can hear us still, and we're gonna pull you up in a minute. Okay, I see the thumbs up. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do real quick. Don't go anywhere yet. I want to show your tables off and see if you can just explain a few things. But we're gonna go ahead and run this real quick here. Here we go. So let's see who's gonna win. You just need to send me an email, stackingsurfer@gmail.com, with a screenshot of whoever wins here. Oh my goodness, look at that. Happy birthday.
Rig.
Hazmat.
Okay, so we'll talk about the delivery in July of 26.
Well, congratulations. Send me a note. We're gonna send you out a Rosie here.
Beauty.
Okay, here's what I want to do real quick though. I do want to show this up. And you guys, it's not rigged. I have no rigged system. Oh, look at this. All this rigged stuff coming out. We're still doing more giveaways, guys.
Hey, Surfer, I do have a Geiger counter, so if you really need to borrow it before you ship it.
I know. There you go. Okay, so let's do this real quick. What I wanted to do real quick is I want to hit Frostbite real fast, and then Tiger, and then I'm going to bring up Sean's Precious Bullion, and then I think Silver Heist might be joining us in a minute too. And so let's see. What I want to do is just see if you could tell us a bit about why you picked the coins you're showing us here. I'm always curious to why people put certain things up. Is it just what was laying around, or is there a reason for these?
That is actually a great question. And you allowed me to plug a number of live streams that I've been doing. I am a history buff. You guys know this. I love to tell stories. I like to learn about the coins. If I'm going to reach down and pick up a 1908 Indian head, and you're going to say, what happened in 1908? I'm going to tell you about the Great White Fleet that circumnavigated the world, 16 warships, 22 ships in tow, all painted white, purveying the nation's might, the nation's wealth. You put a 1924 peace dollar and you tell me there, I'm going to tell you about train robbery that occurred. What I'm doing right now is a series on the United States Mint, the Denver Mint, the Delanaga, or Dahlonega, however you say that. And starting off with a story, I actually physically write a story. The last one was Denver. So if you look at the left, you'll see the 21D. Yep. If that would have been a 70, it's a $500 coin or $1,000 coin. It's a 69, so it's a couple $100. No big deal. The Buffalo is Denver. Again, talking about that D. W, West Point. I did a story on West Point, broke that out. So that's why these are here. And then again, Tiger and I, when I knew I was coming to the channel today, I, no joke, purposefully grabbed the ship coins because they normally wouldn't have been here. But then I have the Scrooge McDuck, which is the evil Scrooge.
Oh, I
because
see him.
when
Yeah.
yeah, really cool piece. But I pulled him out because I'm going to be doing a live with Tiger, and I want to have that piece showing when I do that. So that's why those are sitting there.
I think it's awesome. All right, I'm going to pull Tiger up real quick here. Give me a second. All right, Tiger, tell us why you got. I mean, Tiger, you went crazy. Like you pulled a ton of stuff out.
Well, I got something special for you, dude.
Uh-oh. Oh man.
Now you can check everything before you send it to Frosty.
Well, I do live 11 miles away from a nuclear power plant that's been decommissioned and cracked, so you never know.
Hey, I've used this in a couple videos. I had a blast. One of them was the spin-off of Ted Speaks. You know about that.
I do
All
remember
too
that.
well.
No.
Should we have Ted back on?
If you want people to start unsubscribing to your channel, yeah, go for it.
Here's what I'll tell you guys about Ted real quick. So Ted had some pretty cool points and he had some pretty good stuff. That's why I brought him on. We did get into some controversial stuff, but he did bring up some really good points around alloidial titles and about having trusts and fiat dollars and you know what all that stuff does. It did get a little too controversial, and I think he ended up having to go over to like Rumble in order to do his stuff. He's still doing it, by the way. I don't hear too much from him. I don't think he was too happy about some of the things, but you know, it's one of those things where sometimes you just don't know what people are going to say when you're doing a live stream. You have to roll with it sometimes, and it can get ugly. But anyway, it did happen. But I see some great stuff here. So I see gold coins on here. You got buffaloes and eagles, and you've also got a St. Gaudens. I see maple leafs and a Britannia. I see a theme with tigers. That seems to be something that you like a lot.
I do.
Hats and
This one here
tigers.
I poured myself.
So he poured himself. And then is that a 5-ouncer in the middle?
No, that's a kilo.
That's a kilo? I guess
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, because
It's chunky.
you're zoomed out pretty good. So, and then you've got parts of a 1,000-ounce bar, which I've been tempted to do that, but I don't know how to cut those things.
Well, this was actually done by the previous CEO of Citizens for Sound Money, whose name's Jim Forsyth. He did a lot of stuff, and he developed his own little silver mint called it Silverback Precious Metals. That's where the SPBM comes in. He got a lot of Comex bars, cut them up, stamped them accordingly. And as I understand the story, he wanted people to have silver at a lower premium than, say, coins or even bars. So basically, he did that. I bought 3 of them. I was planning on buying the 4th one, but Jim Forsyth passed away, so I only got 3. But actually now I only got 2 because wifey stole one. So
well, there you go. Well, my first GAW from Yankee, and it is a little maybe rigged because I won 2 GAWs in the same night, but my first GAW was from Jim Forsyth. And it was a 10 pack of 1/5 ounce silver coins. I mean, I've given most of those out on my channel.
that's awesome.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you for jumping up here. And mods, if you could put Frostbite and Tiger Stacker's channels in there. These are great guys to go follow. For those of you that are in here, I know we're going to be going later, so we'll probably get different crowds in here. But and I do want to pull up some videos and other things a little bit later too, but we will be doing a 10th ounce gold giveaway. I don't know what time we're going to be doing that. I don't know how long we're going to go for sure. We'll see how long my voice lasts and my body. I'm still getting over RSV or something crazy like that. That's going on 2 weeks now. And you know, when you're on antibiotics, you start feeling really good, and then you come off of it, and you're like, oh no, now I'm starting to feel like I still got it. So that does happen.
The older you get, the longer it takes to heal. And by the way, before you take me off, I do want to congratulate you on your 17 on your way to 18,000 subscribers. you're doing a good job telling people what's going on in the community. Your interviews have been spot on, and I just wanted to tell you that I appreciate you a lot.
Well, thank you, Tiger, and I appreciate your friendship. And you've got a lot of great interviews on your channel. I've got the Market Sniper coming on in January, Lynette Zhang, Andy Scheckman, and Bill Holter. So I'm pretty excited about having Bill Holter for the first time, and also the Market Sniper. Oh, and we also have Eric King Kong, Eric Young, coming in from Hong Kong, and he's going to be telling us more about the COMEX and LBMA, and digging into that a little bit more to see what's going on with the trades. But we're going to keep doing interviews. We're going to keep doing other things. Towards the end of the night, I'm going to be pulling out. I think I've got 6 different coins from Spectres, so we're going to open those up and show you guys those really cool Spectre coins. I'm going to try to go to midnight if I can survive that long, guys. My time. And if we cut way short of that, we may come back on tomorrow to do a little bit more stuff. But it looks like Silver Heist is in here, so I'm going to bring Silver Heist and SPB up. But I want to thank you guys for joining us, and we'll have you on again soon.
Thank you.
Hey, Surfer, if you'll do me one favor, I'm dropping something into the chat. One thing that I've done, and this is for the folks on my channel, but you guys have been gracious to me tonight. If you want, or you're looking at something, you collect numismatics as well as coin, as well as silver and gold. I have a spreadsheet. It's going to get dropped. That link is there. It's free for everybody to use. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked on, updated, but this is a pretty good start of almost every type of US coin that was in circulation. It doesn't account for the specialty coins, but you can go in, you can add the number, add the year, add the weight, all that stuff, and it'll calculate a couple of things for you. But if you ever go to a show or you ever go to a shop and you're trying to figure out what exactly you need, that is a perfect tool for you to stop wasting money buying the same coins over and over again. So
there you go.
Just my gift to
it.
you guys. I wanted to say thank you. And again, Surfer, you guys rock. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. And guys, we're at 315 thumbs up. If you guys have not hit the thumbs up yet, please do that. We get to 500. I'm going to do another silver 1 ounce giveaway, and it'll be a cool coin. So we'll have fun with that. All right. Well, thank you guys.
Awesome. Take care, Frosty. Take care, Tiger.
I might have pulled them off a little too fast. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
All right. Let me get people back up. We got OC in here. We're going to add. Oh, let's see. This is weird. Okay, here we go. Now we got us here. Let's see if I can get Sean. Okay, here we go.
Nice. There we go.
Silver Heist, how are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Fantastic.
So,
congratulations on all the great things.
I think somebody Silver Heist's sound.
Yeah, I can hear him okay.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're a little quiet, but I can hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear Heist. I think it's either the Bluetooth or it's somebody Heist his sound.
Okay, you guys, can you hear Silver Heist?
Well, I'm on the East Coast, so someone said I look tired.
He's got to retune NASA satellites or something. I don't know. Maybe the aliens took his sound.
I think they can hear you okay. So,
okay, great. Can you see Heist? Can you see the cigar boxes?
I can't.
Here's what I'd love to do is Silver Heist. Tell us a little bit about your competition. Well, I guess it's more of a Yankee swap that you do every year, but tell us how that went. And are you guys getting close to shipping those out? I mean, that's got to be quite the feat.
It's right on my shoulder. That's my.
I see it behind you.
There's 40 boxes over there, or 42. And so I just got a U-line delivery of cardboard boxes. So I needed a box for the box.
Yep.
And so I kind of went shopping at the last minute. Thought I could go to like Staples, and they don't have like 24 packs of the boxes I wanted. So I just went straight to U-line and bought like 50. And so I have the boxes now. So January 1st is my day off. Unboxing them. And then Saturday they go to the post office. So I know it's a little late from Christmas, but the spot price has done well. It's held strong. So the early bird specials, I think they did well for themselves. It's
Were
great.
you surprised at the spot price almost hitting? I guess maybe it hit 80 technically, but were you surprised to see that? I was extremely surprised this year.
No, it was very, very surprising how fast it went, and the height and the speed was fast. I think I saw the inflection point, and not from moving averages or whatnot, but basically the big picture. I mean, I had videos saying, 39 days left in August, because I knew the rate cuts were coming in September, and then a few days before the rate cuts in September, I had a video 3 days left. So I really felt that September was like the inflection point. And but then we're like rocket fuel on top of that. So like the Fed story is just part of the story. There's other parts of the story only Chinese AI man knows. So
Only he knows.
exactly.
He seems to know everything. Like
Well,
Um,
sure.
I'm pretty sure that that's got to be a country or an organization that's pulling that off, because the amount of work it would take to put that many channels together, even using AI to do scripts, is a
Yeah.
freaking ton of work. And then, in addition to, which is probably one of the reasons they're screwing a lot of stuff up, is you can't have 30 channels and then be putting videos out all day long, and not be able to go fact check everything that the AI puts together, especially if the AI writes the scripts. Like, you have that. In addition to that, there could also be a psyop type thing where they're trying to get a certain kind of message out, or they're trying to manipulate understanding in a certain way. And so then they just put that stuff in there anyway, because that's the whole purpose in doing it. But
Yeah,
something's going on
some
there.
of it's. Some of it's, and I got this from your post from I think you interviewed a guy, and then you put a
Yeah.
post of his post on Twitter, which made a lot of sense. Is that, and I think I watched one of it. I watched a couple of videos, and I think your guy mentioned this. Is that he's like, "Oh, I was talking to my friend, the banker, a very important person." It's like, okay, you're a puppet. You're an actor. You're AI. You don't have a friend at the bank. Like, that's just a bald-faced lie. So you can't cite facts anonymously when you're AI and pretend in first person that I just happened to talk to a guy at the country club. And
Yeah.
would you believe what he told me? I mean, just bald-faced lie. So
It's true.
can't trust it.
You really can't. So, Heist, I'd love to know, what was your most favorite video you did this year?
Well, I'll tell you what my most hated video was from my audience. It was the most hated and beloved video at the same time. Is that I'm trying to think the exact title, but I said in January, I got one of the very first 2025 Silver Eagles. And so I like a good title. Sometimes I push the limits of a good title. And so my title of the video was the problem with Silver Eagles, or the problem with 2025 Silver Eagles. And so I talked about getting a brand new Eagle. I looked at it, and there was a lot of great information, because I showed how the notch in the reeds moved every year. And I had like 5 years of Eagles, and I showed people, and people have probably never seen the notch move. So there's good information. But the punchline was, the problem with Silver Eagles is that I bought a Dansko album. So I'm committed to Silver Eagles every year, at least one. So that was kind of the joke. And some people did not like that joke, because they were just like, oh my God, there's a problem with Silver Eagles. So they were waiting for something much more disastrous. And so I got a record number of thumbs up, but also my most thumbs down video. I probably got 60,000 views, but I get a lot of thumbs down on that subject.
Well, okay, you bring up here's a point that you kind of bring up too. I'll get people that say, hey, this is a clickbait title, right? Or a clickbait thumbnail or whatever. My definition of clickbait is when what is shown in the title or the description and the thumbnail has nothing to do with what your video is. That's true clickbait, and there's a lot of that that's out there. Now, as a YouTube creator, if we just put on there, I bought a silver eagle, no one's going to click it. And if all you have is a picture of a silver eagle on there, no one's really going to click the thumbnail either, and people just don't see the video. So you
Right.
have to create a title, you have to create a thumbnail that is intriguing, that gets someone kind of interested to say, hey, I wonder what is in this video. I want to go watch that. And so to a degree, everything has to have some element of clickbait to it, or you just won't cut through the clutter, and you won't get out there. I mean, look at the thumbnails for the Asian guy. It's like 5 billion things are on screen. It's a little too cluttered in my opinion, but it's a ton of stuff that they show on there, right? And then they have this crazy, you know, comment like, they're coming for your silver. What are you going to do? You know, it's stuff like that.
Right.
That's a little bit more clickbaity to me on what they put out there, especially when you think you're going to be getting information from a person and it's a robot, right? It's not even something that exists. And so I think, you know, just be careful, guys, when you're looking at these channels. If they don't show their face, they don't show their hands, they don't do live streams, it's probably not a person that you're listening to. It's probably an organization, and who knows what their agenda is.
If they don't have cigar boxes,
Then they're not
you
real.
just can't trust them.
So I'll add myself to the stage here too. So here's my cigar box that I won
Nice.
a little while
There
back.
you go.
And
Nice.
it's chock full of good stuff. Oh, but you guys don't get to see it. It won't show it.
Somebody heisted the silver.
Yeah. I mean, I'm thinking of just taking like 2 jars of mercury dimes and just pouring one into the other. Like AI can't do this. Like,
No, I can't do that. Well, here's the thing with so you guys look, there's some really good information on a couple of those AI videos I've watched, but then there's just a little bit of information that is so dangerous. Like when they call out certain laws that don't exist, that's dangerous.
Sure.
And then they say you need to hurry and sell your silver before they confiscate it and go buy gold. Dangerous. And that thing is going to potentially get some major lawsuits. The fact that Google still allows it and then pumps their videos more than I've seen anybody else's videos get pumped tells me that there is a connection of some kind there. I don't know what it is yet, but there's something going on there. Someone made a comment that it's like Q, or it's like some, you know, deep state operative that's doing it or something, but it's an organization. That's not one person pulling that off. It's a lot. Oh, there we go.
I'm shocked that YouTube would promote Chinese propaganda.
I know.
I just can't believe my eyes anymore.
Why would China want you to sell your silver at the?
I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know why they'd want you to sell your silver.
Yeah, it's all manipulation.
It totally is. So, you know, here's the thing I'll throw out there to you guys. If they're not showing a face, if they're not showing their hands, you know, out here doing stuff, and they don't ever do live streams, they're either copying our content and chopping it up. And I'm okay if they do that when they give me when they do a shout out and they give a link to the original video. I'm totally cool if they do that.
They probably wouldn't.
I've had a few. I've had two this
really?
month that have done it with Andy Scheckman's video that got about 130,000 people.
Oh, but the China AI guy,
the China AI guy, no reference, nothing. They just take stuff.
He literally stole a Silver Dragon's thumbnail of Elon Musk and all the doodads in the background. Then he did his own video, but he literally, like 24 hours after Silver Dragon's like Elon Musk face video thumbnail, they took it. And I literally saw another one today. It had an exact duplicate of Ball Guy Money, and then it jumped right into a video with Ball Guy Money's voice and an AI Ball Guy Money still photo. And they just used his voice for the whole video.
That's a lawsuit.
I don't think they got a lot of clicks. I don't think they got a lot of clicks, but they literally just took the Bald Guy.
Yeah, no, I tried to get Bald Guy Money to come on. He just doesn't do interviews. So, but he's an interesting dude. He goes into a lot of analysis stuff, and he goes into a little bit more on the trading stuff. But yeah, he won't do any interviews. But I have I've got The Market Sniper. Do you guys know the Market Sniper? He's going to come on this month. Francis.
That's gonna be cool.
Not familiar.
He'll be cool. You'll like that interview. And then I've got Eric Jung coming on again. He'll be talking about LBMA and COMEX. We've got Lynette Zane coming on, so we'll probably talk to her a little bit about collectible gold, just the economy in general, and maybe pre-33 to a degree. And then Andy Scheckman is going to come on again, and then also Bill Holter. I'm excited to have him come on.
Yeah,
So
you've done great.
we're going to have some fun interviews. It's, you know, what I'm finding is it's easier to grow when you're interviewing people. It's a little easier to do that. And it's also good to get your own content out there as well. But it's a grind unless you're in a Chinese AI bot farm, and then apparently they just give it to you. So
Just take whatever you want. Yeah.
yeah, they just do it.
Yeah. I mean, I think the great thing about your interviews and why I think they get good views is that, I mean, you gotta hit it out of the park if you're gonna just talk for 7 minutes. But like even 8 or 12 minutes is very like roll of the dice. But if you have a good 40-minute video, like people are watching, I don't know how long they watch a 40-minute interview because I don't do those. But like the people must be watching a long time because YouTube loves to promote that if it's a good one. And if you have a good title and there's an interesting point in the title, but that comes in like, you got to invest like half the video to get to that. Like you've got tons of great information in the front end. And then all of a sudden you get something no one's ever talked about in the middle, then people are going to love that. Which is why I think like one of the Andy videos was like, there was something interesting in the middle that no one ever heard about, you know? So it was very unique.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, we did, let's see, I'm going to pull it up real quick here. 123,668 views.
Yeah, that's great.
So that's that
Big.
blows away any other video I've ever done.
Yeah, big congrats.
Thank you. And when I look at that one, what's interesting here, because I'm just going to give you guys some stats real quick. 25,000 watch hours on one video. And, you know, we didn't even have, we didn't have very many people watching it when it was going on its premiere. We only had about 116 people watching it. But what we did have is we had about 13% of the people watched it all the way through for 52 minutes. 13%.
Awesome.
Oh yeah. See.
And we had 21% of the people watched it for 26 minutes. So kind of to your point on that, you know, these longer videos will get a lot of engagement. There's a lot of good stuff there. I used to try to chop these up into 2 or 3 parts. And what I found is people would watch part 1 and not go to part 2 or 3, and they'd miss something really good from it. And it takes a lot more time to go chop them up and do that. And so I usually don't do it. But then I've had a few people complain, hey, these are too long, make them shorter. But when I make them shorter, they don't get as many views. It's because you can't get that full message across, and it cuts it off, and then, you know, it doesn't help as much. So it's always a little bit trickier. But we are going to be doing a gold giveaway here, a 10th ounce Toro from Spain, which is going to be pretty fun. So there you go. Look at that.
That's awesome.
You know, when I didn't think I was going to hit 17 so fast, and I was like, "Hey, we'll give away some gold if we hit it," and we
gold, and it's like
we've
yeah,
blown
right to
past it.
17.
So
You want to give away gold? Right to 17. Yeah.
I was at 13,500 in October. And I thought there's no way we're going to hit this. And then a couple of those videos blew up, and we definitely hit it. So I'm happy to give it away, but I just didn't think it was going to happen this fast.
What's the snappable? What's the snappable thing? Is that, what product is that?
This one here is pretty cool. These are little Pamp Lady Fortunas.
Are they gold?
These are gold, 1 gram.
I want one of those.
Nice.
These are from Costco. And OC would have to tell you how much we paid for that, but because we both got them at the same time. And when we bought those things, you know, I think I paid, what is it, 50 grams or something, like 25 grams? I think it's 25 grams. I think we paid like a little over $3,000 for it, maybe.
Great.
So
we
what was
paid $2,250 for those.
Okay, that's even better. So we got a pretty good price on those, and then in February I get to go to Costco, and they will give me a 4% rebate on that purchase. So we actually bought it quite a bit below spot on that one.
Nice.
Yeah, that's calculated in the 4% back.
Yep. So I think those. Let me ask you guys this. So this is a question for OC Stacker, Sean, and Silver Heist. When I first started watching a lot of the YouTube channels and even talking to Yankee Stacking back in 2021, 2022, there was a lot of comments around and thoughts around, don't buy fractional gold, it's too expensive. Stick with the at least a quarter ounce coin, or a half ounce or a 1 ounce. Now, if you had the funding to buy 10 ounces or a 1 ounce, okay? So we're not talking people that would have to take a whole year to save it up. Let's say you have the money right now to buy a 10 ounces or a 1 ounce. What are your thoughts on that? You do pay a higher premium when you buy the 10th ounces. However, if we keep seeing gold prices going up and we get to a $10,000 gold for a 1 ounce coin, I'm expecting a lot fewer people to buy that from me at 10 grand. A coin shop will probably do it, but if I wanted to sell it, it probably is a little harder to sell than to sell a 10th ounce at $1,000. But what are your thoughts? Do you guys look at fractional? Do you avoid fractional? I kind of know what you're probably going to say, Silver Heist, but I'd love to get your guys' thoughts on it.
Sean.
I think fractional definitely is right now is the way to go. That's just my personal opinion. I totally agree with what you said. We've talked about this as far as gold gets to $10,000. You think the coin shop's going to give you 10 grand right there on the spot, or at that point the paperwork involved are going to come to that. You give you some kind of cash and everything. And I just watched actually the other day. It's a Wonderful Life. It seems to be the annual Christmas movie here at the household. And you get to really see, in my opinion, it kind of hit me over the years. Like, you know what? This movie was really one of the first and only movies really to really show what a run on the bank would look like. So if a run on the coin store happens, something like that, they're not going to have all the cash there for you. They're going to put limitations, or they're just going to close their doors. I mean, we got to forget a couple was it like 2 years ago when everything started going kind of nuts with silver in 2022 or 2023, when online stores were saying, sorry, we're closing down our online sales for the next couple days or whatever, to kind of figure out what we're going to do. The market right now is it's up and down so much that coin stores are paying anywhere between $3 to $7 back on face and stuff. So we're kind of like in uncharted waters. And so, fractional, I think, is going to be the way to go. You're gonna have an easier time turning in fractional as far as $1,000 for a 10th ounce than you would be for $10,000. And in my opinion, I wouldn't want to carry $10,000 in cash between the coin store and home, especially in those times. Things you just never know what's going to happen. So it's easy. It's also easier to have a smaller fractional than the high. But to me personally, I think it's just the fractional. Yes, the premium stuff, but again, if you're not selling it tomorrow, you're holding it on for a rainy day. It all goes back into your why. What we've discussed a couple months ago in your live stream. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you personally, the individual watching this, why and listening to this, why are you stacking precious metals? Is it for hobbies? Is it to square up your wealth and square it away for a rainy day? Is it to pick up some new hobby with the collecting and actually have some kind of value into it? Like some guys, like they collect old cars and the old cars are worth stuff, that kind of thing. It's all about why you're doing it. And everybody's why is going to be different, because everyone's going to have different financial levels, financial responsibilities. They're going to be responsible for more than one person, not just themselves. So, if you're one of the few people on this planet or this nation actually that's stacking away for a rainy day in a SHTF situation or whatever, fractional is going to be the way to go. If that's what you want to do. I'm not a advisor. I don't have any PhDs on the wall with my name on it from a and a nice, $200 picture frame with some accredited university above my name. This guy, I don't have any of that stuff. I'm just a dude here in Maryland. But I think I'm just going off of what I see as far as recent market and how things are kind of unsure. I think that fractional is the way to go, especially when I sent you the text last week about what people were paying for 10th ounce platinum eagles versus what they were paying for 1 ounce platinum eagles.
Yeah, what was the premium? It was huge.
It was huge. They were basically at the time, platinum was, let's just say, like $2,100 was when it started peaking over 2,000. Like I said, it was going to jump $100 daily increments until it leveled out. Then they follow with the rest of the, not the crash, but the correction, if you will, temporary correction. At $2,100 platinum, they were buying 10th ounce platinum eagles for $245, whereas they were buying 1 ounce platinum eagles for like just slightly over $2,000. So if you had 10 ounce platinum eagles and turned them in versus 1 ounce platinum eagle, you would make about at least $350 more on just the same amount of metal and weight. Because I think at that point, people, they were starting to run out too. A lot of coin stores, in my opinion, when prices get to like 10K, they're not even going to have 1 ounce coins for sale. They're going to lock them up in their vaults that are back in their shop or in some vaulting facility that you always be talking to. There you are, right there, that you always be talking about somewhere. They're not going to have 1 ounce coins for people just because of the security aspect of it all. When your entire inherent wealth went from 2K an ounce to 10K an ounce, you just quintupled your entire business's net worth. More security has to be in play at that point, and people are not going to have. The average person is 2 checks away from bankruptcy.
Well, and here's the thing right now. The average person has no idea what gold and silver is worth.
They don't.
They may see something on the news, but they still don't think in terms of like what a coin is, right? They don't really know what size they don't have a reference for it yet.
Yeah.
Even people watching, seeing our faces and stuff on this, I run into people every once in a while. No one's thinking about coins. They're thinking about the advice we give. They're thinking about what we share with them and things like that. The reality is you have to figure in those coin values though over time, because the price continues to go up. And so those 10th ounce coins that you were buying for under $200 at one time are now way higher, right? We're now looking at like $500. And what happens when gold hits at $10,000? What happens when it hits $20,000? What if it even got all the way up to $100,000 during our lifetimes? We still may have inflation, but if you're ever wanting to use them, you've got to find your outlet for it. And the higher the price, the fewer people that can probably buy it from you. What about you, Heist? What are your thoughts? But thank you, Sean.
No, that's awesome. I'm a cash flow buyer, so it's very infrequently that I'm blessed with multiple thousands of dollars to go put into something. It's more about, $500 if I'm fortunate, or $1,000 if I'm really fortunate. So to me, the 1/10 ounce gold coin is really the place. And so I frankly just ignored so 1/4 ounce gold coin is very popular in the YouTube talking head community, but it's not at the US Mint. The 1/10 ounce is like the most popular coin size. And then shockingly, in some years, the 1 ounce coin is the most popular. And so there was a stretch where 1 ounce coins was here and 1/10 was here. And then shockingly, the 1 ounce like swept up way up here. And but the halves and the quarters, they're not even on the chart. They're way down at the bottom. And so it's either the 1 ounce or the 1/10. And right now, I'd say the 1/10 is more popular. And so I'd say right now, the 1 ounce coins aren't selling at the mint because $4,000 gold is just too damn high. And so it's impractical for buyers. It's great if you've got the money. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with 1/10 ounce gold coins, especially when you pick them up at 200, 225, like not that many years
Yeah.
ago. I have a tube of 1/10 ounce gold coins. It's literally now it's like $11,000 that fits in my pocket. It's crazy the values that it's gone up, and so I could care less about the premiums.
Well,
And
will the
so
premiums actually matter when you go to sell these, right? I mean, you're going to be probably selling it for way higher than what you ever paid for it in the first place.
that's definitely part of it. And if you can, occasionally I look around at one of the few online dealers that publishes the buyback prices, and everything is below spot right now, including 1 ounce gold eagles. So the only thing that's above spot is like 1/10 ounce gold eagles.
Yeah.
And so it still doesn't maintain a 20% premium, but it maintains something. And so it's above spot. And but it was just the affordability factor.
That's the big key.
So I thought, with respect to 1 ounce coins, there's definitely going to be a time when it gets way too impractical, but I think there's always going to be rich people who can buy 1 ounce coins. But I apologize if I call 1 ounce coin buyers rich people, but in my mind, they kind of are. It's like boats are relative. Like when I was a teenager, I had a friend who had a 13-foot boat, but the rich kid had a 17-foot center console boat. So size is
Well, boats
is
can
all
vary a
relative.
lot too.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
So, but when you're 15 years old and the 17-year-old kid has a 17-foot Boston whaler, he makes the whaler with the little boat with the little rudder thing look like a rowboat. So yeah, it's crazy. So I think 1/10, I mean, quarters are great. I tried to move up to quarters for a little bit and I made a pretty good dent in it, but frankly, I'm falling back to 1/10. I think affordability wise, the price just went up too damn high.
Yeah, I would agree. How about you, OC Stacker? And thank you, Silver Heist, by the way.
Well, I'm going to revert back to folks to look at Silver Heist videos that he did. I think you did a beautiful job, Heist, describing there's different times to buy different product. So you showed your dollar cost averaging on buying 1 ounce, quarter ounce, 1/10. You showed the premiums. You showed the value of buying it when you did it. I don't know of anybody on YouTube that did a better job than you. And I watch a lot of people. I'm retired, so I get to see a lot of different people's ways to go about doing things, and the way you broke it down on the chalkboard. I mean, I encourage everybody, but there's a time and a place. There's a time to buy 1 ounce. There's a time to buy quarter ounce. There's a time to buy 1/10 ounce. Obviously, look for when they're on sale. This is the hard part, and this is why I stress we can't. Here in California, I can't go to SD Bullion and take advantage of gold at spot, silver at spot. I can't do that because I gotta spend $2K not to pay taxes. So I might save some money at buying it at spot, but I get smacked across the head when I gotta pay the taxes on it. So for me, the juice isn't worth the squeeze, given the bullion companies my business until our government wakes up and understands. And the best analogy I can give it to people so you understand where I'm coming from. This is like going to the bank with $100 bill and you want 5 20s back, but they're going to keep one of the 20s. It's money for money. It's just a different form of it. Just because I take paper and convert it to metals, why do I have to pay a tax on it? I think that's absolutely insane, and why we put up with it, or why we let these governors get away with doing what they're doing to us, to their citizens of their states. One of the millions of reasons why our governor here in California just needs to go away, and we need to get citizens for sound money on board and get all the states in line to where and it goes along with your concealed carry with your weapons. Why does it I qualify in every other state except for California and New York? What changed in those states? Absolutely nothing. The air is the same. The people are the same. These rules that come up with are just ridiculous. So for me, I take advantage when people call us up and say, "Hey, we want to move X amount of 1 ounces or quarter ounces or 1/10." The air is constantly changing. So to give advice on what to buy and when to buy it, you literally have to have your finger on the pulse of the market every day to advise people. This is where Surfer and I come in. That's what we do every day. But to heist. I follow a lot of people, brother. There's nobody better doing what you showing on your video. So I encourage people to look at how you showed your costs, why it was better buying the
Yep.
1/10 this time, buying the quarters this time, buying the 1 ounce. I couldn't have done any better, brother. You nailed it. So I'm glad you came on tonight. I'm glad you're one of our
Yeah.
friends.
Yeah,
Um,
thanks.
like I said, I encourage everybody to at least if to get yourself an education to see how the dollars work. It's right there in black and white, or in your
Yeah,
case, chalk and chalkboard.
Chalkboard.
right.
I
I
do love
have,
it. I mean, I've been watching your videos for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years now, Silver Heist, and
Yeah, same here.
I love how you did the chalkboard. You'd come in. Your voice is awesome too, by the way. It just adds. It's a fun voice to listen to, and there's always excitement. Like you're exciting in the way that you portray what you're sharing, and it just gets you going. Yeah, this is awesome. This is fun,
yeah.
and you're
Well, I
probably one
appreciate
of the
that.
guys that got me thinking more 10th ounces instead of just 1 ounce coins back when gold 1 ounces were below 1,000 or 2,000. So for me, I was making more income in 2000 and 2020 and 2021 than I am today, from my day job. And I'm in sales. And so my first two, this is how it goes with sales companies. You make great money your first couple of years, and then they figure out how to mess with your commission to make sure you don't do it after that. And you end up making less money every year, but they give you stock, and hopefully the stock goes up and stuff like that, or you go to another place. So for me, it's been good, but I had more disposable income in 2020 and in 2021. And after that, it started drying up, and the price of gold was much lower. So I was in positions where I could go and buy 1 ounce coins. And because the premium was lower, it made sense to do that. And then as I get going in my stacking career here, I start to realize, well, wait a second, what happens when gold's at $10,000?
Yeah,
All of a sudden, that 1 ounce coin is not going to be as affordable. And I started getting to the point with my income where I can't just buy a 1 ounce coin. I need to start to save up for it. And so do you wait 6 months to save up for a 1 ounce coin, or do you buy every month? And this is where your videos come in that are really awesome. And if you've got the link to the particular video, we can put it in here. But if not, do you know what the title of it was? I forget. It was a few months back.
there's definitely a title. You can kind of Google it, but there was a title. Maybe it was 9 months ago. Like,
Yeah, maybe it was 9 months.
buying a full ounce coin or buying a quarter ounce, 4 times in a row. So like it totally paid in 2024 to buy a quarter ounce every few months compared to saving, because 2024 was a big loop.
Well, even this year,
for gold.
2025 would have
And 2025 even more so.
Yeah.
So I think I noticed this in 2024. The price was going up so fast, it totally made sense to buy 4 1/4s over an 8-month period than to save for a 1 ounce coin. And I think the 1/10 ounces would probably, heck, if gold goes up, what is it, 75% in a year?
Yeah.
You're going to catch different heights along the way. A 75% increase on half your gold is going to absorb a 20%, 1/10 ounce fractional premium. It's like, just what are you doing? What are you doing buying a 1 ounce gold coin in December for $4,500 when you could have bought a whole bunch of 1/10 ounce coins way back when it was like wherever we started this year, like, 2,500, 3,000.
Yeah, you would essentially be saving 50% fees
At least.
on it, right?
So totally makes sense.
So I think it makes a ton of sense. And so I started doing more of that. That's why you see like these, these grams here, right? Now, I'm not huge into gram sizes. However, I do have a little thing of grams that I can put into my wallet when I'm traveling and flying somewhere that is never, it never gets tipped off to the TSA. I walk right through the metal detector with it in my wallet, and no one has any idea. Look at that. There you go. 60 years of
60 years of height. 60 years of height.
Is that the Pink
Happy
Panther?
birthday.
Pink Panther.
Yeah.
Here, there you go. Look at that.
All right. So this was an early birthday gift for my brother. So
That's awesome.
60 years of heist, 60 years of the Pink Panther. But now everyone's got 60 silver. So I was the first one with silver at 60. Now everyone's got silver at 60. So
I love it.
Yeah,
But
I
anyways,
have to credit. Oh, I was gonna say I have to credit Heist. I was always buying. I was always a big proponent. I'm not paying premiums, if I
I
can
know.
help it. It was one of my biggest. You know me, I chase it. But
Yeah.
it took Heist education to say, hey, and you surfer as well. If I'm collecting 1 ounce to save the premium, but yet when it comes unattainable, in other words, if it's 10,000, 15,000, whatever it is, you're going to price yourself out of the market as far as if people want to get gold from us and we can help them. We need to have the fractional because the people that used to buy the ounces might be buying a half an ounce now, might be going down to buying a quarter ounce, and now might be going down to 10th ounce. So all along, I should have been stacking, but it took Heist education and chat with Sturfer to say, okay, well, maybe I should start getting the fractional.
well,
So
it's a
my hats off to both
situation.
of you.
It's necessity is the mother of invention. I couldn't afford the full ounce gold coin, so I just tried in my mind that the 1/10 ounce was the way to go, and it paid off. So I kind of stumbled into it, but I'll say this. I mean, even though everyone is singing the praises of fractional, and I totally sing the praises of fractional, I literally just got 2 full ounce gold coins from a certain respected member of our community, Mr. OC Stacker, because I did a trade. So I traded something of high value to him, and I got 2 ounces of gold back. So for a windfall, I would still go for the 1 ounce gold coin. But I don't have that many windfalls, so or that many opportunities. So I have a decent amount of fractional, but I thought, wow, I have a windfall. I have something of value to trade. I want the low premium full ounce gold. So I'd still do it, but I don't
Yeah,
have 20 or 60 1 ounce coins, by no way, no how. So like, I'm not worried about pricing out a couple of coins.
well,
I'll have,
that's what's nice about talking peer to peer. We instead of getting a premium from each other, we just swap for value for value. In other
right.
words, if you and I just did a GSR swap, I just gave you 50 ounces of silver for 1 ounce of gold. That's all we did. And we didn't ask anything more from each other than being fair with each other. So I think in the future, if people are listening, find someone that you can do this with. I don't do content, but I've met all you guys.
And I always made a funny acronym for the city, Riva, because it's spelled RIVA. And I always said it stood for rednecks in various areas, which is so true, because there's be like the rich people here, some rednecks here, some middle class people here, some rednecks, some rich people, some rednecks, middle class, some rednecks. It's pretty funny how, and the whole city's not even like a 3-mile driving distance on each side. It's literally borders the capital of Maryland. So
Oh
yeah, it's a
man.
bunch of rednecks, but it's fun.
Well, we got rednecks in California too.
There's rednecks everywhere. Some a little bit more, a little bit more, you know,
All right,
I guess
folks. So here we go. We
more
got
the redneck.
51 in here so far for the giveaway. We're doing another silver dime. And anyway, we're gonna do another silver dime here. Put in hashtag Happy New Year. Let's see if we can get it up over 100 for the entries before we do
Is
it.
it hashtag New Year or hashtag Happy New Year? It says
No, just New
hashtag.
Year.
Okay, hashtag New Year.
The more words you put in these hashtags, the more people screw it up, and then they don't get in the drawing. And then we're at 352 thumbs up. Let's see if we can get to 500, and we'll do some more silver. We're still giving away the gold Toro. I'm not going to tell you guys exactly when we're going to run that, because I know the gold and silver farmers that come on here trying to win all the gauze will camp out for that one.
I'm going to stick around for a little while.
Heist is hoping it doesn't
He's
take
like,
until
yeah,
midnight.
I had some Coca-Cola earlier, so
I had some sweet tea myself, so
whatever it
yeah.
takes.
Well, here's the hint I'll give you. It's gonna have. We'll give it away before we get to midnight, my time. How's
Oh
that?
no! Oh no!
So within a 3-hour span.
Okay.
Yeah, it's within the 3 hour span. We'll do it when we feel like we're ready to do it. So we get up to 500 thumbs up and we'll just do it at that time. But we'll do some other silver giveaways too. So we got these dimes.
Did you say you're
Um,
going to midnight Pacific time or midnight
He's
East
a
Coast?
warrior. He's a warrior. He's
we'll
going,
go
man.
until I pass out, man.
Okay.
warrior.
I thought you were just trying to limp to East Coast midnight. You're going to California
He's
midnight?
going from coast to
We'll
coast,
probably go to
man.
California midnight. Well, it depends. If we lose a lot of
Okay.
people in the stream,
All
we'll
right.
probably end it earlier. But we'll do the gold Toro here pretty soon. We're not gonna wait all the way until my time midnight to do it. It's gonna be too late for most. We've got a lot of people that are on the West Coast that watch the channel, but we've also got a fair amount that are in the East Coast here. So
Hawaii.
we'll do it pretty soon. We do have some Hawaii people. We've got some people
Yeah.
out of
Nice.
There's
out
a
of the
box.
US too.
There's a box going to Hawaii.
There you go. Now, one
So-
thing I will put in here is I cannot ship outside of the United States. So if you guys are in Canada, if you're in Australia or other countries, we're not able to do that. It gets super expensive. It's better for me to. It just negates everything. It ends up being too crazy. Like I give an ounce of silver away to someone in Australia that wanted it. It was going to cost me like $50 to get it to them. It just wasn't worth it.
Well, plus there's like you have to put your name on the customs form. It's like
You got to put your name on the customs
All that
form, and then
stuff.
I'm
you
not
run
putting
into
my
other
name on a
issues.
customs form.
No. And then the other thing you run into is they may, depending on how much something is, like this gold, that's going to get that could get flagged in your country's customs, and you may have to pay to get it out of there too. So that doesn't really help a whole lot. But the entry is going to be for anybody that's in the U.S. I sometimes forget to mention that, but it's going to be for U.S. citizens only. Yeah, well, I shouldn't say U.S. citizens. It should be for U.S. citizens only, but it's going to be people that have a U.S. address, mailing address.
Within the continental 48 states.
If you're not a citizen, it's probably a good idea to become one as soon as you can, if you're living here. All right, we're at 88, I think. Yeah, 88. So we'll keep it going here for just a few minutes longer. But anyway, New Year's is an awesome time, guys, because you get to kind of start over. It gives you a reason to kick things in. I was at the world's best. I said the best United States, but I think it's the world's best donut store. It's in San Juan Capistrano. It's called JD Flannels. And they have vegan donuts, they've got gluten-free donuts, and they have regular donuts. They're about $4.50 to $5 a donut, but they're really
Wow.
good. And I think they're the best donuts out there. I put a short out earlier today when I was there. They must have had 30 people waiting at 9 o'clock in the morning to buy donuts. And
That's
it was a
crazy.
good way to kind of start the day off. And the lady that I bought from, she goes, "Well, what's your New Year's resolution?" I said, "I don't have any. Like, things are good. We're just going to keep going." And I think New Year's is a good time to have resolutions. I think it's a good time to kind of start other things going. But for me, it's just more of the same stuff. I am hoping to get into the gym a little bit more and get some more exercise. I've got a new puppy that's going to need a lot of walks, so that's going to be good for me.
That's
New
awesome.
puppy.
But the thing is finding the time to be consistent is always good. But doing a full-time job, doing a channel, being a dad and a husband and all that stuff, it just takes a lot of time. All right, we're at
How-
91. Let's see if we can get 9 more people in here. We got 231 people watching.
How about if you took the puppy for a walk while you do your walk and talk videos on the beach?
Well, they don't let us go to the beach very often. The lifeguards will chase you down.
Oh,
But
you can't bring the puppy on the beach?
you can't.
Oh, okay.
But you
That's too
can
bad.
take them on the walking trail along the side of the beach, so we can do
okay.
that. But yeah, that would be great. And then I may even just do them in the neighborhood too, where I film them while we're walking. I'm gonna have to train him how to do the leash. He is definitely a smart dog. He's got a lot of poodle in him, and he's trying to train me. So he's 9 weeks old now. All right, where we at?
Okay.
We're at 92. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and spin this thing. Okay, let's get this going.
Good luck, everybody.
So I'm gonna just do the quick countdown. We got 3, 2, and yeah, you've got to be in the US, guys, for the gauze. Especially like a dime. I'm not going to spend $50 to send a $5 dime to someone. It just isn't effective. Plus, it's a $5 thing with a stamp. That's what we're trying to do here. All right, let's pull this. All right, we got 94 in here. Here we go. Let's see, who's it going to be? It's probably going to be Silver Heist or SPB or
Oh,
OC
no.
Stacker.
No, no, I didn't put my name in there.
All
There
right,
you go.
Synaxis of the 70. Congratulations.
Bam.
So send me an
Nice.
email, stackingsurfer@gmail.com. We'll send a silver dime. And what are the dimes worth right now? I think they're like almost up to $5, $5.20, something like that.
Yeah, about that, 5 and a quarter or a dime, about that right now.
So I remember giving away quarters when they were less than $5. So it's
Yeah, times have changed.
crazy how it goes up. And then send me your mailing address, your name, and also a screenshot of this. You also need to be a channel subscriber. If you guys haven't already, hit the thumbs up and then hit the subscribe button so you don't miss any of the great interviews coming up this month. Or yeah, technically for you in the East Coast, it is this month now. It's January. Happy
Yeah.
New Year's.
January now. It's 2026. You're living in the past, bro. You're living in the past. You're living in the last year.
So
Sean and I are joining
already
you from
seen-
the future.
yeah, who
Silver
said
and
time
Heist
travel is
have
not
seen
real,
the
right?
future. We Silver and Heist have seen the future. We'll tell you what happens in about 3 hours.
So
from now.
you guys are 3 hours ahead of us. Is silver still a good investment in 2026?
Yeah.
Hey, Sean, I'm gonna need the future football scores tomorrow, brother.
Hurry and look them up.
The scores are: this team is rigged, this score is rigged, and I'm pretty sure that the Ravens and the Steelers game is going to be rigged in some way too. But
Wait a
I know,
second. There's no way they
I-
would rig any of these sports. People don't bet on that stuff, do they?
you really want my 2 cents? Because I'm pretty sure you'll probably anyway. You're not gonna, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'll just say this: when certain programming on the television starts partnering up with certain other corporations, there's usually an agenda between the two corporations joining up. So with all the recent FanDuel and Fanatics,
Yeah.
if you sign up now, we'll give you $250 for free just for signing up. And if you do it now, we'll give you extra bonus bucks for your friends as well too. Anyway,
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
Shocked that there's gambling in this facility.
I know. So I'm such a cynic. Yes, I am 100%. I will admit that I do sports betting.
Real quick, Sean, too. We did invite Nick's Coins, but she had other more important things to do than to join us today. So you guys can all give her a hard time.
She had to go take pictures of Bigfoot in the snow. Basically, he's been asking her for like real life photos for the last year, and she's like, "It's snowing out. The scenery's perfect. Grab your camera. Let's go take some photos, and let's put them on the internet. And make millions of dollars."
Totally. So
And people will still say Bigfoot was fake.
last comment I'll say, Sean, on the gambling. If there's a big enough bet going on in Vegas, you can guarantee that they have figured out how to rig the game to some degree. Whether it's officials' calls that are happening, or if it's how they change the way that the playoffs are for college sports. There's all kinds of different ways that things can be slightly manipulated. But if there's a lot of money on the line, things seem to get rigged at some point. So always watch out for that. So here's a quick question for you guys: how high will silver go?
Oh, yeah.
And I'm gonna ask you in 2026 as well as in this cycle. Everything goes in cycles. Silver's not going to $1 billion before it goes back down to a lower number than $1 billion, right? I mean, it never goes all the way straight up. But do you have any ideas of let me ask it in 2 ways. How high do you think silver is going to go in 2026 is the first one. It doesn't need to be a prediction. It's more of just, what do you think could potentially happen with it? And then, is there a point where silver gets to where you decide to sell it, or do you own it to stay out of the system and it is your money and you sell it when you need to? Are you looking to flip this into US dollars again, into fiat, or are you looking to continue to stack? We'll start with Silver Heist.
I'd like to keep stacking. I think my goal is still, I'm about 50-50. I might be 60-40 gold. But like you said earlier, like when silver goes up fast, your 60-40 turns to like 55-45 pretty quick. So I think I'd like to add more gold. And so I'll probably add it in at 50-50. Like I'd have to really crank. See, I don't think I could add 80-20 gold because I just want that silver. Like I can't just say I'm going to go all gold and just get 90% gold. Like it's going to be hard for me not to do like 50-50. Unless gold gets so expensive that my budget is just eaten up by the gold. Then, I could get, right now, literally it could be like $500. I could end up with like one 1/10 ounce gold coin and I don't know, 6 silver eagles. And by the end of next year, I'd be lucky to get 1/10 ounce gold coin and 1 silver eagle. Like who knows where it's going to go? Like $1,000 ain't what it used to be. And I'm blessed to have the $1,000, but it ain't what it used to be. So
it's not. Now, I do see a day in 2008, the banking system wasn't allowed to correct itself, nor was the housing system. We kicked the can and we basically get into the mess we're in now until the entire system crashes. And what I mean by that is it's the debt system until it resets and there's no longer any more debt in the United States. We're going to continue to fall behind in standard of living. And when we get to the point where that gets reset, that's an ugly thing to go through. None of us want to do it. It's really our grandparents or our great-grandparents, depending on how old you are here, that dealt with that. Maybe some of you, it might have been your parents in the Great Depression. That's kind of what a reset looks like. Until something like that happens, you can't come out with prosperity. And then look at all the prosperity that came out into the 40s and the 50s out of World War II, and then into the 60s and then 70s got a little rough. But I'm kind of with you on that, Heist. I think it's going to be the kind of thing where it's going to continue to get harder and harder to buy more, but you continue to add to it. And the good thing is if you started before silver went over $50 and you started before gold went over, say, $3,000, $4,000, you've already got a good nest egg that's there. But I think it's a good start. How about you, OC? What are your thoughts? This isn't a prediction. This is more of just like, do you think it can get to a certain level next year that you want to share? Or, what's your game plan? Are you going to be selling your silver for gold when it gets to a certain ratio? When silver hits a certain price, like let's say silver hit $500 in the next 10 years, would you unload all of your silver and go buy a farm? What are your thoughts?
I think OC wants to go watch the ball drop.
OC ran away. Okay, how about you, Sean?
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button.
Oh, there. Go ahead.
Okay, he's back.
So everything I just said, nobody heard. So I have no aspirations to be a farmer. Number one. Number two, I'm building generational wealth personally. What's my exit strategy as the GSR goes lower and lower and lower? I'm doing percentages personally. And I voiced it out here. I was going to start at 60. Then I talked to a few people and they said, no, start at 50. So I'll probably start doing 10% silver to gold ratio, swapping probably about 50, doing 10% every 5-point increments. So start at 50.
Why would you play the GSR?
Because I have way more silver, and I mean way more silver than I do gold.
And why would you want to give up silver for gold?
Well, here again, we're talking different exit strategy points. I'm 62 years old and retired. I'm not I'm not Sean's age where I'm still stacking and would probably take my gold and swap it for silver. That's for the next generation to come across. I'm at the point where my kids don't want anything to do with my coin collections and all that stuff. So I need to get rid of that and put it into something tangible that if something does happen to me, that they won't be taken advantage of if I'm no longer here to look out for that investment strategy. So for me, it's if something were to happen and I'd had to bug out, which I'm with a lot of other people on that. Why would I need to bug out? I built my house, I built my castle, I have solar, I have generators, I have lots of food storage. So bugging out really isn't an issue for me. But if that does happen, or if we travel, it's much easier to grab and go. than grabbing the silver. How much silver can you take? How much gold can you take? So we're all on different journeys. I can only speak to what I'm doing at my age point, and I've been stacking and collecting since 1970. So I'm okay. So my strategy is I'm just right now I'm just buying silver and gold and flipping it and giving all my friends and people I've done business with, Heist, Surfer, probably half the people that are in this channel. I like to hook them up as best I can. I can't control the spot price. I mean, the other day I bought silver at 75 and it's 71. So I'm $4 back a spot. Am I worried? No, because it's going to go back up. It's just up, but I don't have to sell every time it fluctuates 3 or 4 or 5 bucks.
So
Whereas most people do.
I'm hearing part of this has to do with getting closer to retirement age, which I'm going to read between the lines. Gold's more stable, and therefore you'd rather have a more stable asset than one that goes up and down as much. Storage is probably one of those elements too. You can
Yep.
put more value in a smaller part. Now, would you have any regrets if we got down to a 10-to-1 ratio, where and you sold at 50?
Well,
You
it's hard.
swapped.
So for me, when I had a car dealership and had 60 employees, making decisions and living with it is part of acclimating myself to what's going on now. So to answer that, I don't ever live with regrets. I take into consideration what I've learned, where I think it's going, where I'm at now. I've already been the smart guy. I've been buying it since 1970. I think I did the right thing already. Now I just want to protect it. It's not like gold's going to stop going up. If silver is at 500, gold's going to be what? 6, 7, 8, 10,000, whatever they revalue it, if and when they ever do. So it's just a different strategy or a different investment. Yes, I'm in. And what's my exit strategy for platinum? I never had one. I just had it just in case of a rainy day or something happened like it did now. I mean, look at, I bought all that at $900 an ounce. And am I happy? Yeah. If I sell it tomorrow, do I have regrets? If I needed the money and I had to, if I got diagnosed with cancer, if one of my kids got, if something happened, if I need a roof on my house, I invested in this stuff to cover myself so that I can still maintain my lifestyle and take care of my family in through my investments. So to say that I would ever live with regrets, I don't think so. I mean, obviously I would want to hang on to it forever and get the optimum dollar. But even long after I'm gone, these metals markets are going to be changing. So I'm just going to do what's right for me. And I express and tell everybody that's listening to us right now what my plan is and what my exit strategy is. Heist might be 10 years younger than me, and he might say, hey, you know what, but that's 10 years down the road for me. Or you might 15 down, or Sean 20 years down the road. I'm just doing what's age appropriate diagnostics of what's going on in the economy, and I'm trying to do the best that I doggone can. Do I have all my gold and coins? Absolutely not. Do I have jewelry that can't be confiscated? Do I have silverware that can't be confiscated? Do I have candles and things that if anybody's worried about the gold confiscation, am I covered? I think I've done a pretty good job of covering all the bases as best as I can do.
I love it.
And
So what I throw out there too, OC, from what I'm hearing from you too, is this: make a plan, stick to it. If you need to make some modifications, you can, but it's not you won't have regrets because you're following your plan. We may
Yeah.
never get to a 10-to-1 ratio. Okay, I hear people all the time telling me that we're going to get to a 1-to-1 ratio. That's crazy talk, guys. Like the amount of the times in history where we've had a 1-to-1 ratio are like 1 or 2 times in history that I know of. To flip the other way, where silver's worth more than gold, I've only heard of one society that did that, and it's because they couldn't get their hands on silver, and I think it was in the Roman Empire, and it was for a short period of time.
Thousands of years ago.
Thousands of years ago. So if you don't do what OC's saying and you wait all the way until a 10-to-1 ratio, and that's what you're waiting for, you may never get there in your lifetime, and therefore you never did any of the swap.
Which makes no sense.
Exactly. So the swap gets you more ounces going back and forth, but it's a decade play. It's like every decade it goes up and down. Now this is a super cycle right now. So we just had 100 on the ratio. We'll probably get down to 40 to 30, somewhere around there. If we go below that, it's a blessing. And then we'll have a time where it probably goes back up to a 60 to 70 ratio. Getting to the 10s and the 100s are really rare. They don't happen very often. When they do, you can take advantage of it, but OC, I know you did not get rid of all your gold at 100 ratio, because gold is one of the things that you're trying to go after. If you
Yeah.
were purely playing it, you would have gotten rid of all your gold in 100 ratio, and then you would have waited until we get down to 40 and you'd flip it all. It's too hard
Well,
to time it. It's kind of like
it
Silver
is. It
Heist
is.
saying, if you waited until today to buy gold the entire year, you missed out on a 75% upswing on all those 10th ounces you could have bought.
Yeah, and if you if you just buy silver for 5 years and you're waiting to play a ratio, think of all the fractional gold you could have bought the last 5 years. So like just saying, well, I'm gonna buy silver and then trade it for gold way in the future. Like, no, that's what fractional gold is for. Like, you can buy
Yeah.
it as you go.
And if
Yeah,
you
there you
can't
go.
afford fractional gold, grab silver. If
Well,
you can't
sure.
afford silver ounces, then go for junk silver. Okay, go get dimes. Okay, if you can't afford that stuff, and if you can't afford this, it's time to get a second job, and look for some other things. If you can't afford it, you're on a second or a third job. I'm not sure how else to help you, except maybe don't eat at Starbucks, but you're probably not doing that anyway. If you're in that situation, then it's just not the time for you to be stacking yet. Okay. But just about anybody can find a way to try to get an extra $5 a month to try to go buy a silver dime if they can. So it really comes down to motivation. It comes down to what you're trying to do. Some people, it may take you a little bit more time to get certain things you're looking for, but those fractional increments allow you to get into the market. And I think it's more important to be in the market than it is to try to get, to save up to get one thing. I mean, like this platinum eagle here, we picked this up because a friend of ours here locally said, hey, I want to buy one of these on an auction, and I have to buy 6 of them, and I don't want 6, I only want 2 of them. So he got me to buy 2, he got OC Stacker to buy 2. I think we paid $11.50 for him.
20.
12.50.
$12.50 for them.
Still
12.50.
It's the last year that they made the Eagles at 2023. They're MS70. They're coming from CAC, so it's the highest grade of any of the 3 big companies. And that thing's worth like $3,000 now, is what
Yeah.
people are asking for those. So, I don't have an exit strategy for it because I just bought it because it seemed like a
Yeah.
good deal at the time,
It might
right?
be
I have
me.
no
Yeah.
exit strategy for platinum. I don't
It
know what
might
to
be
do with
me.
it.
It might be me. It might
Okay.
be me.
I
So
bet.
Sean's our platinum guy.
It might be me. Just because it's the last one. It's one of those. It's like the links you had on eBay for like a bunch of money. It was like an MS70 in the first strike. It's like you're not getting that again. It's like right behind me. I've got a 2020 reverse proof gold Libra tab that I got literally 30 seconds or less before it came out, and all 250 were sold out with them like that. Got it since
Yeah.
the grader and came back MS70 first strike. It's like those type of coins. They're not there.
Well, the
They're in
only
people's
silver
wallets
eagle I have
usually.
that's graded is a 2021 Type 2 last day of strike. I thought that's
Yeah,
kind of cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are all like coins that people like keep in their vaults. So it's like one of those it's like people you're going to go spend a bunch of millions of dollars to go buy the last penny because it's the last penny. It's like people want to have these certain coins because it means something, because it's either they only made so much, and they can say, hey, I have one of the last 3 pennies, or I can say I have one of the only 250 gold Libra tabs that reverse proof in 2020. Or I have the 3 and only existence over here that I've showed you that you wanted one of them. Actually, I think both you guys wanted to have one of them. The 1 ounce Napoleon golds that I got graded in the MS70 and first release, and I have the only 3 in existence that got that label and stuff. So yeah, it's like having those type of coins they're really awesome to have, and I think they, in my opinion, could create a lot of resale value in the future where, let's say you had it for a while and that one coin's worth way more. You could take that and turn it into something else. I mean, sky's the limit with anybody. You were saying about, if people can't afford gold, go buy silver, and they can't buy silver, go buy fractional. I mean, if someone's watching this now, there's nothing, in my opinion, that there's no limits you can reach, because it's like playing any like video game. If you're a video gamer or any kind of like game where you evolve, like You start at level 1, then you get to level 2, and the more experience you get, level 3, and you add some gear. Now you're a little bit stronger, which is your mental equity. You get more information, you get more gear. Now you're at level 10. Now you're able to do this. Level 40, it's like you could start buying a couple silver dimes, take the silver dimes, convert those into silver eagles, and then just start, 1 silver eagle, a couple more dimes, 2 silver eagles, couple more dimes, 3 silver eagles, and just keep doing that to where you can just then turn it to gold and keep leveling those metals up to eventually that anybody who can't afford to buy a 10th ounce gold right now. I mean, you can do simple things even as like, when I was in Michigan, they were offering like 10 cents a aluminum soda can. I wish they offered that here in Maryland, because I would just take all the soda cans and start getting free money. I mean, you can basically
we have that here.
State of Michigan, you can take 55 soda cans and go buy a silver dime with it. So
yeah, here in California, they charge
you to make a little extra money that you could buy the silver and eventually level up hopefully and stuff. But anyway,
No, seriously, yeah.
But
Silver Dragons used to when he had a full-time job and he was lightning in the bottle with YouTube. He literally had a job, and he would get the Coca-Cola cans out of the break room, and he'd buy like a silver ounce like that weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, whatever it took.
Little things that,
And I would bet Surfer can say otherwise, but I bet if you walked into Tim's coin shop and you wanted to buy 3 Mercury dimes, he'd probably talk to you as long as the guy who's about to buy 10 gold coins. Like, he'll just talk your ear off. A customer is a customer.
Absolutely.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Absolutely. But
yes, I can.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I lost my audio for a minute here, but here in California, they take a 10-cent charge, or maybe it's 5 cents for each bottle or can, and then you get it back. So what's interesting is it's basically like a deposit that they take, and then you get it back or not. But a lot of people just throw the cans away all over the place, and so it's kind of like a free currency. It's like it's like Bitcoin mining for homeless people in California. And so you'll have these guys that go around to all the trash cans at all the public places, and they'll pick them up, and then they'll go take them to the recycling center, and a decent haul, they'll end up with like $50 to $100.
Yeah.
There you go.
They did I think HBO did a documentary a couple of years ago. It was called Redemption Song, and it was about like the homeless people in New York, about how they live and how the recycling of glass bottles, aluminum cans, and plastic bottles was their way of living, and how they're saying like people look at what we're doing as being like, oh, it's nasty, it's dirty stuff, but we're making more money on a daily basis by doing this. And some people are making, like, working at a restaurant begging for tips and stuff, before they started doing the whole no tip tax on tips type of stuff.
Unless you work fast food here. Right now, they pay $20 minimum wage for fast food.
You fly to California and move there for 6 months, basically, and get paid $50 an hour. Gavin Newsom's giving you guys like $50 an hour minimum. That's minimum wage, pretty much, and then no tax on tips and all this other stuff they're going to give you.
Yeah,
but it's going to cost you like $20,000 to rent an apartment there, pretty much, a month. So anyway.
But Sean, like I'm not even kidding. Like a cheeseburger from McDonald's is $8.
Yeah,
okay?
Yeah.
Like a quarter pounder with cheese is like more than $8 here.
Yeah, it's like $2 just for the cheese in your state. Yeah, but we got to remember during all the gas went crazy when everyone was paying $5 a gas, your state was paying like $8 and change. Just really because it's over here, really. Anyway, yeah, your state and your guys have found ways to just pillage people from and make it like, oh, our state's beautiful. Come to California. So anyway.
Well, here let's go to Miss Aloha here.
Yeah,
I identify with it.
Go ahead for it, Jesse.
Yeah. I've been eating ramen for the last few months to offset my stacking habit. Let me tell you something.
Good for her.
I owned a car dealership, and I made good money. Don't get me wrong. For 20 years, my wife packed me a lunch every day, and I brown bagged it every day. I could have afforded to go out and been no problem with it, but we had a goal. We wanted to retire early. We wanted to travel while we could still walk and be active and not be 89-year-old being wheelchaired onto a boat and wheelchaired off a boat and not be able to go out and dance or go out and have fun because we're too old. We wanted to do it while we were still young and able. That's where we're at right now. So, um, I can identify with that. And then, folks, there's no shame in eating ramen to get to a goal for your life goal. There's none whatsoever. I didn't care if I brown bagged it. I don't care if people looked at me and said, "Oh my gosh, it must not be that good for you." Well, what's wrong with getting a homemade lunch that tastes better than probably 90% of the fast food I get anyhow?
Yeah.
And is much better for me. I go out and get now did we go get the nice sliced meats from the deli? Sure. Um, but at the end of the day, there's no shame in that whatsoever. None whatsoever.
Well,
And
and to hit on this too, it goes into a bigger concept of this, right? There are people that go to Starbucks multiple times a day, and they seriously spend like $30 on beverages. Okay, there's a lot of people that drink a lot. Alcohol can be quite a bit expensive. They spend a lot of money on that. You might have habits or addictions like smoking and other things like that that you're trying to kick. Okay, but they can be hard to kick. And but can you reduce some of it? You may eat out too much. Okay, you might have a silver addiction where you buy a lot of silver, and you might have to pull back from silver a little bit because you do need to eat still. Okay, you can't eat the silver, but it doesn't mean you have to go to ramen. Sometimes it may just be cutting things down a little bit that are extra expenses a month. It might mean that you go to this, right, to go get it. It comes down to that conviction for you. But here's the thing, I guarantee you, Mrs. Aloha doing that and then buying silver, that silver means a lot more to her than someone that has an extra $500 a month and just goes and buys silver and they continue with all of their normal habits that they have. That silver is going to mean a lot more to her, and the strategy is going to be more important when she goes to sell it, or if she
yep,
passes it to her family is going to be different. But I want to thank you
certainly.
for that comment. I do want to point out a handful of people here. I'm going to go through it real quick. These are the prices people were looking at. So L mentioned 60 for next year. We've got Echo Leaf, talked about 143. Savage Pirate Solutions, 150. BDIC 007 or 007, 330. That would be amazing if we hit 330 in silver next year. I think
Yeah.
the COMEX is like completely blown up in our
Yeah.
face.
They're screwed. Yeah.
Yeah, I
They're
think it's going to
screwed.
be,
They're
that means
screwed.
things are really crazy.
Yeah.
160. This is also one that I think would be pretty crazy too,
I could see
if
it
we get up
happening
there.
next
But
year,
it's not as impossible. Are you guys
No, I
printing
can
a
see
bunch
it
of stuff
happening.
now?
I can see that
Should I
happening
move
by
it?
this time next year, honestly.
Okay. I need a quick 3-minute break. I've got to set up a printer and it's not going crazy in here.
Well,
I'm going
good.
to pull us off that comment.
Yeah, you can put that comment back up. I want to reiterate on what's going on with Miss Aloha. Um, just the
We'll
you
go
go
back
set
to
your
it.
printer up. I'll tell my quick story.
Yep.
So to this day, last what, a week or two ago, we went out to LA and we took a bunch of gold to go cash out, and I was starving, and I go, "Mom, I'm going to stop and get something." I got to thinking, "Ah, shoot, I just went shopping. I just bought a bunch of fresh pastrami and a bunch of fresh roast beef and a fresh turkey." So I go, "No, I'll wait till I get home to grab the fresh meats and make myself a sandwich when I get home." So there's decisions where you can do that, even though I'm retired and still buying and selling gold and silver. I still wait to get home to make myself lunch. So I got the habit taught to me where I think about before I go do that, because it's very easy just to go, well, maybe just this one time. Well, I just maybe this one time. I haven't done maybe this one time this whole year, because the price of gold and silver is going so crazy that I just keep building the stack, building the stack. How about you, Heist?
Yeah, no, it's a good point, because I mean, there's definitely times where I've thought, oh, that would be a nice purchase, but that's like 2 ounces of silver, and that's when silver was quote cheap. So, and then I think that also kind of drives it home in terms of what choices you make in the collectibles. Like, Yeah, wow, like a couple of years ago, I thought, wow, reverse proof Libertads, like a 1 ounce. I think I could afford that. Like, let me go get that. And then I said, oh my God, that's like 5 silver eagles. Like, I can't get a 1 ounce reverse Libertad. That's like
Did,
5 silver eagles. And so like I declined. And so, I bought 5 $30 eagles instead of $150 reverse proof Libertad. So
and you're lucky because you live in Boston. You don't have to worry about paying taxes, correct?
well, no, I do.
My question's,
Thousand.
so it's like you have to spend 1,000 or more.
Yes. So yeah. So it's yeah. So if I so there's that for sure.
Let me
So
ask you. I don't ever
uh-huh.
buy from any of the big dealers at all. Can
Yeah.
you can you hold a wallet with them and say, hey, I want to buy these Libertads, but I want you to hold it until I order up to $1,000, then ship it, and don't hit me with the tax.
Not
Do
that
they?
I'm aware of. I thought maybe one, but I'm not sure.
Let's watch chat and see if anybody has done that before. But
I don't.
that's kind of
I'm
been my
not.
way around it. But then okay, well,
Yeah.
it's on sale. So do I just ship my money little by little by little? And if they do it by the daily transactions, does the bullion
Yeah.
house go, hey, you only spent $600 and you need to spend 2,000? We're going to
Yeah,
tax you on that.
I'm not sure they hold it for that because they kind of want to lock in. They want your money because
Yeah.
they're holding the price. So I mean, with the dealer, you're buying. Like I'll tell you this, I bought 3 Silver Eagles, 2026. So I'm locked in to getting 2026 Silver Eagles because I have the Dansko album. So I
Mhm.
bought 3 Silver Eagles like on December 4th. Well, guess what the spot price was like literally 21 days ago? A heck of a lot lower than today. So like, could I have waited to January 15th or January 29th to buy my 2026 Silver Eagles? It's like, no, I knew I'd want them. So I bought
Uh-huh.
them in December. So I don't need to see the silver immediately. There were some YouTubers who would say, I'm going to use my credit card because I want that silver so fast. I don't trust the banking system and the world. I'm going to send my money to a dealer in credit card so I can get it quicker. And I've always kind of been, well, I don't mind giving a dealer a check and waiting 2 weeks to get the silver because, like, I had the thrill of the
Yep.
hunt. I got the
Mm-hmm.
good price. I can wait 2 weeks. I'm a patient man. I can wait 2 weeks. I trust them, and then I get it, and then I have like another fun event of unboxing it. So, like,
Yeah.
I might buy once a month, but I hunt, then I get the unboxing, and then I wait a little bit, and then I hunt again, and then I get the unboxing. So it's almost like every 2 weeks I get like a jolt, even though I only have fresh coins once a month if I'm
So
lucky.
you pay the tax on your silver then when you order it.
Well, not if I spend more than 1,000.
Okay,
So
so you ordered
everything.
so you ordered more than just the 3 Eagles to get yourself up to $1,000. I take it.
Well, and this time I bit the bullet on this one though because I wanted the 2026. So I did pay like a 6% tax. I'll admit that. But
What happened to
usually
that patient man?
well, yeah, but look at where silver is going to go between December 4th and January
Hey,
21st.
so maybe you can do a video on that.
No,
Whereas
I
maybe
know the
because I know
impatient man.
you're tied in with the bullion company. Why don't you find
Right.
out for us if so you don't have to say, hey, I forget who it is that sponsors you.
No, yeah, no, I'll ask them. It's Summit Metals. I'm not
Yeah.
familiar if they have that. What they do have, which I think I am going to explore next year, it's really a dollar cost averaging plan, is that it's not a wallet and it's not a bundle it up and ship it later, but there's just a standing order. So what they're
Yeah.
encouraging people is to have a standing order. And basically, if you say, the first of the month, take $1,000 out of my bank and buy a 1/10 ounce gold coin and 6 Silver Eagles. Every January, every first of the month, they take out the money, and on the 15th of the month, they ship it to you. And then the next month, you have a standing order, and
Which is
maybe
like
it'll
eight.
cost you an extra $50 the next month if the prices go up. So That's kind of like a dollar cost average. Like just pick your 7 coins and commit to it.
There you go. So can you do like an ACH or a wire through them too as well instead of doing the check?
Well, it's an ACH, yeah, for sure.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Yeah, so it's an ACH, not ACH instead of a wire. So yeah, that and I've done that for any bullion dealer. I think the first time, usually, certain bullion dealers, the first time you have to send a paper check once, and then they'll ACH you. But now I'm not keeping up with things. Now there's like all kinds of weird things like plaid and stuff. I don't even understand what I'm doing anymore. But I still think it's almost like an ACH. There's too many names for all of these money things.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you this, as someone who doesn't really sell a lot of things, the Christmas show, not a single transaction was PayPal friends and family. It's really hard to send friends and family. It's like impossible. I'm not sure if people can even find the friends and family button.
That's why I got
PayPal. I don't use PayPal much, but I think it's almost impossible to send friends and family. They want the money.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't do. That's why I got rid of PayPal. I do Zelle or Venmo. It's instantaneous. You can put notes in there. You can say who it's from, because we all have the YouTube names, and they don't always know. I mean, everybody here on panel knows my name, my real name, but it's people I trust to have that information. Then I can send to you guys. So that's why I don't sell online. And people that do business with me, it takes a while before I give that information up. Usually it is either sending a check or ACH or wire until something else comes up. Welcome back. Did you get your printer set up okay?
You're still muted.
He's still muted.
He's talking to someone.
Yeah, I think he just got put in timeout is what I think really happened.
Talking to the dog. He's having a conversation with the dog.
Okay.
It's like, look, dude, when we walk, look here, I'm the captain. I walk this ship. But yeah, him and the dog are having a one-on-one right now. The dog's like, I think the dog's winning. Yeah, the dog won. Yeah,
there you go.
We can take over the stream.
There you go.
I don't know.
So
They're printing out. My girls are doing vision boards right now.
Nice.
And they told me they were done, but there's twins. It looks like the second one is printing. It went crazy. But can you guys hear the printer? Maybe you can't hear it.
Nope, I can't.
Okay. Hopefully it's not too loud.
I can hear it.
You guys remember the dot matrix printers?
PC low letter. Yeah. What is this? PC low letter.
Yeah, it used to be pretty loud. So, all right, let's do this, guys. Too. I would love to keep going all night long if I could, right? What I did want to do real quick is talk about a couple. I know Heist, you do some of this stuff too, but couple things that are going to be coming up on the channel too. I'm going to be doing some videos on are a bunch of these awesome coins. I got to take this off. All right, here's my little background. So I got a bunch of these awesome coins came in from Spectres. So this one is the first 3D baseball. I've done a video on that.
That's nice.
We've got one for Samuel Colt. So we're going to be doing a video on that.
That's a nice one.
Another one is the Liberty Bell slot machine. Okay, it's not quite as fancy as some of the other coins, but I still think it's pretty cool. I have no idea what that says.
Something Wong.
Zurong. So that one could be interesting because I don't know what that is exactly.
Did you get this? Hey, did you get the same coin that I got?
Yes.
That thing is absolutely amazing.
I don't know what's in this one. This one has no label on it. So there's another one there.
That's probably the Colt coin.
And then there's this one here that I'm excited about too.
Okay.
And then there's the George Washington one that I don't have from them, but I'd like to get my hands
nice.
on.
Football. You should ask for the football.
The football would be cool too. And then I guess I have 3 accounts set up with the U.S. Mint. And I thought I canceled everything. And I didn't even, this was on auto ship. that just came in. So I don't know if I don't know if I can even send it back if it's been too long, but I thought I would at least show what we're on here. And I'll show it on my other cam here for you guys so you can see it maybe a little better. But this just came in. It's the reverse proof set.
Nice clamshell.
So you get that there. Nice reverse proof, which is kind of cool. I don't know. I don't feel like my camera is doing very well, but so I went and canceled that subscription. I had no idea that was still going on.
So
But
2025.
these are 2025. It ended up being 100 or $215, right?
Wow.
So I don't recommend buying those things, but do, get one. They're fun to have one. Do you need to go get every year? I don't think so, unless you're a big collector and that's something you're really chasing. But anyway, that showed up unexpected. But that's some of the fun stuff. So I think my wife came in. She's like, "You're seriously not going all the way until midnight our time, are you?" She's like, "I can use your help on stuff."
You called it. Like,
Okay.
you're coming with us.
So
she said, "I'm the captain now. I'm the captain."
let's put this in the chat. Should we do a gold giveaway or should we do it tomorrow? I want to see what the
Tomorrow.
chat says.
I think they would strangle you if you did it tomorrow.
All right. While we're doing that, I'm going to open. I don't know what's in this Spectre, so we're going to open this one up. I want to see what's in here. But I will do some videos on these this week. Ooh, this one sounds pretty cool.
Holy knuckles. Sounds like a Batman weapon.
It probably is a weapon.
You better not bring it on an
Everybody's
airplane.
like, do it.
How you gonna
now,
bring it
tonight.
on an airplane? But it's a coin.
Pretty
Hey,
sure
it
they
worked
count.
once.
Coin.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
There's
That's
the
not
holy
making on the
knuckles.
plane.
Look
Oh
at that.
yeah, that's TSA approved. Totally.
Total
So
TSA approved.
I'm telling you, when I brought that holy spirit there or the holy lance on, they're like,
Yeah,
yeah,
they
it's a
probably
coin.
didn't tackle you at the gate right there.
I was like freaking out. But here's the holy knuckles. So we'll get some more details on a video for you guys. Now, it probably saves my butt a little bit that there's not actually holes in there
Just about to
for your
say
fingers.
Just about to say that. Yeah.
Okay, here
And
comes the giveaway. Hashtag knuckle.
knuckle.
Batman knuckle.
Okay, we're gonna do the hashtag for this one.
But not for the knuckle. You're not giving away the knuckle, are you?
No, this is gonna be here's what we're gonna do, okay? We're gonna do we'll do two different ones for this one, okay? So everything that's been a giveaway so far has been a dime. We're gonna do a quarter, and we're also gonna do the 10th ounce gold Toro down here, guys.
Very nice.
So this is gonna be our big giveaway, okay? And
Nice.
it's a cool coin, and this month has been incredible. This year's been incredible, so I'm happy to share this with one of you out there. And it's always hard to know when to do a promotional thing and whatever else. But we'll do another party when we get to I don't know what I'm hoping for this year. My goal is in 2026 is to get to 50,000 subscribers, and that is a good stretch goal. Like that is not an easy thing to get to. But that's what I'm going to try to do. We're going to try to have a lot more interviews as well as some really cool coin show videos and stuff like that too. So I see a lot of people in here. That's the goal, is to get to 50,000. We do 50,000. There's going to be some really cool giveaways too. So anyway, it's going to be fun. But let's do this. This is going to be the hashtag, okay? Because I'm taking this from Mrs. Surfer's deep stack. So here you go.
Deep whack you over the head.
Hashtag Mrs. Surfer's Gold.
There you go.
And
So let's pull it
what
up.
is this? Which item are we doing right now?
This is going to be for the Toro.
Quarter.
The
Oh,
Toro.
you're doing a quarter
Yeah.
first thought,
Oh,
right?
okay. I thought it was
Oh,
for
well-
a quarter. I thought it was for a U.S. quarter.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought
No,
the
we're
quarter
doing
first, too.
there's a couple of them in here. So we're doing a US quarter, and then we're going to do the Toro. But they're going to come off the same thing. So put Mrs. Surfer in. We'll run it the first time. It's going to hit the quarter. The second one's going to hit the Toro.
Word.
Okay. All right. So it's one hashtag. You're going to spin the wheel twice and pick two winners.
Yes.
Nice. Okay. I'm not going
Now-
to I'm not going to play.
You've got to be
not-
inside the
yeah,
US,
I'm
guys.
not going to play either.
You got to be inside the continental US for this. I think I can probably send it to you if you're in Hawaii or Alaska. But it's these just go on regular US postal mail. So if you happen to be outside of the country, I'm sorry, but we can't send it to you guys.
Yeah. So hashtag Mrs. Surfer.
Yeah, I'm entering. Heck, I work hard as a moderator on here.
There you go.
I'm going to save him on shipping. I'm going to make him hand deliver it.
If you pop up on here, man, no one's ever going to live down the rigged. So
Well, I'll tell you a rig story. You may not know this one. Yankee and Silver Dragons, I will just keep saying this. They had the tiger by the tail, like from day one. Yankee's 1,000 subscriber party was as big as anything you would see today. So, like, they had the community at 1,000 subs, and he put paper into a bucket, and he was pulling out one name at a time, saying, "Oh, sorry, you didn't win. Oh, sorry, you didn't win." And he would pull out 10. Oh, you didn't win. You didn't win. You win. And then we're down to like 9 or 11 people out of hundreds of people. And Silver Dragons had not been pulled. So there was like 9 names left in that bucket, and Silver Dragons was one of them. And he was praying that Silver Dragons would not win because he did not want to have the rigged thing. But it was totally random. So someone else won.
all right, so we're up to 60. There's 224 of you watching. I have this for sale for $600 on eBay.
Wow.
Now that's a little bit on the pricey side for it. I'm not expecting to sell it at that price, but that's the price that I'm willing to sell them at. How's that sound? So, but these go for more than Gold Eagles 10th ounce.
Oh, yeah.
It's a proof coin. It's 24 karat gold. It's not 22 karat gold. And they only made so many of them. They're hard to find. You can find a couple of these on the market. You really can't find the Lynxes. Those are pretty much gone. So we got 69 in here. So I'm going to give you guys a minute to get in here to do this. And we're going to run it twice. We're going to do a quarter first. One of these guys right here. And then we're going to do the Toro. So we're going to have fun with that. And then hopefully we can do more. Like I'm hoping to get the channel sponsored by an LCS or by a bullion dealer at some point here that will acquiesce and send some silver our way, and then we can do more silver giveaways. Right now, all of this stuff
That'd be
is
cool.
coming from a lot of this is coming from support from people doing super chats and memberships and things like that. We're paying it forward and sending that off to you guys to help you guys with your stacks.
Very generous.
Actually, if I
Um,
win, can we have
yeah.
Mrs. Surfer deliver that?
I don't know. I tried to get her to come give it away. She's like, "No, I'm not coming on your channel." I'm like, "Come on." Here, let me see. I'm going to text her. Let's see if she can come and at least use her voice and announce the winner. Let's see if she'll come.
We're lucky we're getting the gold from her.
Yeah, tell her there's some toffee in it for her as she comes by. I know how to work the system.
All right, I told her you guys want her to announce the winner. So let's see what she does. Okay, we're at 86. Let's see if we can get over 100. There's 234 people in here watching.
Let's do it.
I'd love to go. It would be kind of fun to do a whole one-day stream. I don't know what I would say the whole time, but it's fun to hit these things, guys. And the other thing I'll tell you too about all this YouTube stuff is this: find the channels you like. Make sure you're subscribed to them, you hit the bell icon, make sure it's black so that it has all of the notifications that are on there. And then it's important after you subscribe to go watch those channels, at least watch a video or two, make a comment. That tells YouTube that it's real. It's not just, someone doing engagement farming. Otherwise, you might get unsubscribed and you might miss stuff. So there's people that'll be watching this video later trying to figure out who won the gold coin. And, there's going to be people that may show up here at midnight my time trying to figure out if we're giving it away then. I never said we were giving this thing away. I wish I could keep going, but I'm still kind of under the weather. It's been 2 weeks now, and I thought I'd be over, and I'm still not. I can feel myself wheezing from this, and I'd love to stay up, but I ended up taking a 4-hour nap just to be able to do this live stream today. Surfer's getting older, but I'm not that old. I got a little bit of gray right here. That's about it. Uh-oh. Ice has got some gray going on. But my grandma died at 95 with black hair, so maybe I'll get lucky. All right, we're 2 minutes from New Year's. Okay, we're gonna let this run until we hit New Year's in what's the next time zone? Central time?
Central.
Chicago.
Chicago. I like Chicago. I've got my master's degree out in Chicago at Northwestern. It was a great place. The downside is that they don't even know that the sun exists except for 3 months in the summer. That's about it. The rest of the time it's pretty much overcast.
You go to the top of the Sears Tower?
We went to the top of that, and I had to have someone pull me off that. I'm afraid of heights, man. Heights scare the crap out of me. I have a hard time driving on the bridge to go to Coronado Island. It freaks me out.
Okay.
Because freaks me out.
I don't know about when you were there, but there's a glass booth that goes out. That goes out.
It does, and then it tilts.
And it looks down on a glass floor, and you're looking down at the sidewalk.
Yeah, so my body completely froze.
Really?
I couldn't come off of that once I was on it, and I'm like, you're gonna have to pull me off this thing. I can't move.
Yeah, I took a photo of myself leaning against the glass. So,
all right, I think we're hitting Happy New Year's, guys. We just hit it, so congratulations for you guys there.
On the thing.
I wish I could keep going, but my wife she'll kill me.
Hey, when is the heist video coming out when you went to Boston?
We're so close. Heist, some of the audio didn't come through, so I got to fix the audio a little bit. It's just getting I had so many interviews that came up. So first I went to Brazil, I went to Boston, and then I went out to Georgia, to Atlanta, and then I had 4 interviews in 1 week. And then we had this week off, which I've been like totally sick in bed most of the time, except for a couple times where I could muster it to do a silver deal or two.
I mean, I wouldn't be offended if you just buried it all,
No,
maybe you could feed it. Maybe you could feed it to AI and get some shorts out of it, and just let the machine do it.
Well, I'm close to having it finished. I need to put. What happened is I made a pre and a post part of the video at the beach with my AirPods in, and the waves and the outside wind are so loud on it you can't understand it. So what I'm waiting for is to go back to the beach, but maybe I'll just have to do it in the studio here. I need to use a better microphone, and then I can it'll come out and be ready. So yes, guys, look, while we've been here, I have gone through 2 of these.
What are they?
These are guaraná or guaraná. I don't really pronounce it right, but this is a Brazilian drink. It's made with a special berry. And when I was down there, I think I had like 3 of those a day in Brazil. And then we went to a Brazilian steakhouse every night, and it was awesome. We were down in São Paulo for about 4 days. It's a 12-hour flight, and anytime for my company, I'm a director for my company. They fly you basically business, which is first class. So it was a 12-hour flying red eye flight. You just get into a flat bed in the front of the airplane and sleep, and it was awesome. That's like really the only way to fly, guys. But I wasn't gonna pay for it. It was like I think it was like a $7,000 flight. So Surfer is important enough that they spent $7,000 flying me down there. I think we spent 50 grand for the event. And I had 4 people come from my company down. I put the event together, and it was really, really cool. Yeah, Fogo de Chao has them. Good Brazilian stuff. So, all right, guys, we got 101 in here. So
Nice.
she's not responding to me. I think she's hiding. One of these days, maybe we'll meet Mrs. Surfer. But whoever wins this, thank Mrs. Surfer. Okay, send her an email. You know, we don't do substantial giveaways like this very often, but every once in a while we do. I didn't think I was going to hit my goal. We did, but we're going to give it out to you guys. Okay. Cause I'm grateful
Well, which
for it. And
one's
I'd
first?
rather,
Which coin? Which coin's first?
oh yeah. First we're going to do the quarter. So this is the
Yeah,
first
so
roll of the
don't
quarter,
so
guys.
don't get too crazy.
Don't get too excited yet. Okay. This is going to be
It's
the
good.
first one for a quarter.
Nice.
So we'll do this. We're going to do a quarter, and then we'll do a quarter, then a dime, then a gold. Okay. That's what we're
There
going
you
to do.
go. All right, great.
But it's not those tubes, it's just one of them in the tube.
Yes.
Okay, so here's the first drawing. So this is for the silver 90% quarter. Manchu detachment.
Detachment.
Excellent.
Congratulations. Make sure you are a subscriber. I will be checking that today or tomorrow when I do all this stuff. Take a screenshot of this, send me your email, stackingsurfer@gmail.com. And also I'll get your email since you're sending me, send me your shipping address as well. Okay, so that's for the silver quarter. This next one is for the silver dime, but congratulations. So this is for the silver dime. And don't be disappointed you didn't get the gold if you get the silver dime. It's still a dime. Daniel K444, congratulations.
Like the number.
Congratulations, Daniel.
Definitely.
All right.
Big win.
Now this is for the big prize. Okay, this is for the 10th ounce gold Toro.
For all the marbles.
This is all the marbles. Okay,
All the marbles.
Big.
All
It's a
17
major
all
award.
17,000 marbles.
it's a major award. So Jamie
Wow.
Pruitt, congratulations.
Hey, Jamie, awesome.
There you
That's
go.
amazing.
So
That's one
send
of the
that
most
in.
generous ones.
All of these will come with stickers. So I'll send you guys some stickers out on that too. I think this is the biggest giveaway I've done so far on my channel, you know, at least dollar value. When we hit 50,000, when we hit 100,000, I will probably do, I've got them saved up, the Drew Brophy silver surfboards. I may be able to get those signed by him. So those will be some fun giveaways we'll do when we get to those bigger points. You know, I don't know what other giveaways we'll do. It depends on the price. You know, if gold's sitting at $50,000, I don't know. We may start giving away pennies.
$5,000 giveaway. Yeah.
You know,
Go
it's
back.
Start
Go
filling out
back.
packs. Yeah,
well, yeah. Right now, there's a half gold back. Right, those are now like $4 to $5. And I remember when gold backs were under $4.
Well, a go back might be nice
Things get
because
crazy.
it just goes in a regular envelope. Simple stamp. Simple stamp.
So I was doing a lot of gold backs for giveaways, and I got a lot of complaints. People complaining, I don't want a gold back. I want a silver dime. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's something free, you know.
Yeah, a lot of them just didn't want that. But I'll tell you, those people were getting those gold backs. It was like a gold back or a silver quarter, I guess. The quarters are actually worth a little bit more than the gold backs. Believe it or not. I think, what is the quarter up to? $11? 13?
Close to
I don't know.
Yeah, about $11.
$11. So anyway, so Jamie, congratulations. It's a really cool coin. So I think my computer screen will do a little bit more justice here, but this is the coin. It's really cool. It's a 10th ounce gold. They're great coins, and here's the back of it. So it's got like I think it's like the Spanish crest on there. And then behind me, this is the Drew Brophy painting that I picked up a while back. And I thought it was pretty cool because it's like a little surfer dude up there going on his journey. And he's, we're going to grow this channel and make it huge. And we're going to go surf these awesome waves of prosperity. So that's really cool. And then someone pointed out it's like a cross, but it's not intended to be an upside down cross.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say something about that.
We don't want those. But anyway, that's kind of where we're at with everything, guys. So, um, you know, I'll do one more of these. I'm going to open up one more of these specters for you guys because this is one that I was pretty excited to get my hands on. And this stuff, it comes from, I believe it's Singapore, isn't it, Heist?
Yes.
So the stuff comes like FedExed and it's always really well packaged. I don't know that my discount code's down below, but look for my baseball video, and I think there's a discount code I've listed there for you guys. But this is pretty cool. So I'll just show you this one real quick too.
Do not take it on a plane.
This one, there's no way they would let me with it on this on a plane with this one. But they come in these cool display cases, right? So I'll zoom myself in a little bit for this. But here you go. Look at that. That's cool.
That is pretty dope.
So that's something you can put on your desk. You can hang it on the wall. And it's a 2-ounce. So these are like little paper things that are kind of in here. But there's the replica knife, right? So it's 2 ounce. And that I don't think I'd get away with. And it's actually, I mean, that is actually sharp enough to do damage. So,
Yeah.
And this one here, it does right down at the bottom say Samoa. That's what I used. I told them, I said it's a coin. I got to tell you guys, that was super lucky. I don't recommend trying to pull that off.
No.
But anyway, these are cool. I think they've got some really good work. They also, I didn't know this, but they did the revolver coin that was like the coin of the year back in 2023.
Nice.
So those are pretty cool. But here's the last advice I'll give all you guys on stacking is it's not like a sprint race. It's more of a marathon. And the whole idea here is our money continues to lose value. Whether you buy something like this that's more collectible, it's going to run $300 for 2 ounces, which is kind of expensive, right, to spend if you're stacking. But if it's something you love, if it's something that has meaning to you, and it's something you want to display, something that you want to find joy in, do that. I've got like a Death Star that's a 300 grams silver Death Star, and I was able to get them wholesale. So I think I bought them for $600, and those are like super expensive. I don't know if I'm ever going to sell it. It's just kind of a cool thing to have. I have a couple of pieces like this that are fun to have. And the rest of it really comes down to weight. So I started with fun things, and then I started moving into weight. And that's the thing I would be cautious with is, if you've got a tight budget, focus on weight. If you've got a little bit more disposable income and you see something that you love that's a little more expensive, get something fun. Just don't overdo it with too much of it. But I do like what the Spectres company has. There's a lot of really cool coins there. I've got a lot of Star Wars stuff, and it works out really well for me at the coin show. Plus, like this gold kilo that's over here, right? That's silver with gold guillotine on it. Things like
Wonder
that
what
in a
that was.
display. We literally have 30 people waiting by our booth for the entire 8 hours. Like we can't even take a bathroom break during that whole time. And a lot of it's because they're checking out the cool Star Wars collection. They're checking this out, right? So it's kind of fun. But it's less than 1% of my stack is in collectibles that have these super high premiums. And then the last thing I'll say, like we were talking about with Frostbite too, is when you look at things like pre-33 gold, there's some great opportunities to pick up pre-33 really inexpensively, and also constitutional silver really inexpensively. And it's one of those things that You kind of wait for the cycles. You buy when you can. And then at the end of the day, it's just getting your money out of the fiat dollar. Are we going to have ups and downs? We are. Okay. So we could see next year, Kevin, that does amazing charts from North Star bad charts. He's expecting that next year we could actually have a negative number. Okay. So it depends on where we close, right? We just closed now at what, $71. So he's saying that it's not to be unexpected that it could close below 71 at this time next year. Okay. We might have an up to 100, 120, and it may come back down. We may go down to 50 and it's on its way up to 100. So, be careful. Don't leverage yourself. Don't do anything crazy. Don't expect we're going to have 180% increase in silver again next year. You can't expect those things. But if you use a lot of the techniques that we're teaching you guys and sharing with you on what we do, because we can't give you guys financial advice, hopefully you'll be able to build a stronger, better stack and lower down your price, per ounce overall. That's what we want to do. So any last words from anybody, OC Stacker, Silver Heist, or Sean's Precious Bullion?
Go ahead,
Happy New
Sean.
Year.
There you go.
Happy New Year.
I just want to say happy New Year to you guys, and thanks for having me as part of your community. I think everybody here is a bunch of total dudes, in my opinion, and have all said some great information today. We could talk for hours, man. I mean, it's the one thing about this thing with this. We're involved in a market that's basically constantly changing, right? And it takes a special someone to kind of like be able to go through the market really and just kind of just be kind of just calm about the whole thing. I talked about basically just going into next year basically with the calm mindset of like, yeah, you don't know what's going to happen, but that shouldn't bother you. It's basically it's not worrying really of what is to happen. It's more of like have the underlying mindset of basically I will be fine no matter what the world will give me. I have enough. I am blessed with whatever I have now. Yes, it'd be nice to have more, but there are a lot of things that we all have that people would love to have, honestly, and we need to be very thankful in the new year. And just really honestly, if I can leave anybody with some words before we go, like keep your family and your friends close. I just lost somebody very special to me last night. My best friend's father, who was actually like a father figure to me, actually almost my entire life, for at least about 40 years, just passed very suddenly. Very sad, and very, all the emotions come with it, obviously. It's, it's one of those things that we know it's going to happen. We don't know when it's going to happen. So I'll just say to anybody, like, if you have someone you love, people you care about, make that be your focus in the new year. If you haven't spent time with that certain somebody, or you have that certain, just misunderstanding this year with somebody or with something stupid, reach out to that person and try to reestablish that relationship, because you just don't know. Relationships are very important nowadays. There are different relationships that we value different than others, and unfortunately for a lot of us, it takes that relationship to be taken from us in order for us to really realize what we really had this entire time. None of us are perfect. We're all human. We all sin. We're not anyway. If I can leave anybody, just keep a positive mindset. Count your blessings before you count what you don't have. Always breathe and count to 10 if things get all crazy in your life. Pray about it. I say personally pray about it. That's just me. Everyone's going to have their own little ways of dealing with it. The precious metals are going to be there, people. Be there. It's been there, whether if you believe in it or not, since Christ walked this earth. It ain't going nowhere. You don't have to buy it today. You don't have to buy it tomorrow. You don't have to feel bad about not buying it when it was a certain price. Just be happy that you're literally part of like less than 2% of the entire nation that's even considering obtaining precious metals for their personal life. Miss Aloha talked about eating ramen noodles to be able to buy silver. where other people are out there buying the steak and all this other stuff and living lavish. In the back of my head, I'm kind of laughing. I'm kind of like, how funny when in tough times when the steak becomes $50 or $100 a steak, and the guy now can't afford it, her still was going to be able to buy her steak for the entire steakhouse. So anyway, it's not really to talk about, but I think we're all on our own journeys, but we all are one community. And I think it's really awesome that we are a lot of people that are here for each other, whether it be, through words of encouragement, words of wisdom, or financial means. It's a special place to be here. I find it's a very giving community. You don't really see a whole lot of giving in this day and age. A lot of selfishness in the world. But this community is a place where it doesn't seem to have any of that at all. And if it does, it's so little that it's not even noticed about, or even worth making a video of. I think I appreciate everybody for being here. I am literally like a nobody. I have less than 200 subscribers, but I feel very blessed. I will say this: I am 100% feel blessed to, in a way, without making myself sound any kind of way. But I've been blessed that a lot of people who have thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of subscribers will say, you know what, that SPB guy, he's a smart dude. He's a good dude. We'll bring him on. He's a cool guy. And where you've all edified me in a way to where, people actually want to hear what I want to say. And I appreciate that. It means the world to me. I've been wanting to get a message out to people in so many different messages and didn't really have the platform to do so. So I appreciate people like Silver Heist and, in my way of returning his generosity of supporting me out, just been constantly every year giving him, 50, basically filling up his entire post office with cigar boxes, to where the old ladies are like, hey, get over here and get these boxes. We can't move around. What is the guy? Every year, it's the same thing. And it's just my way of thanking, of him. And, Surfer, me and you were on, our buddies. There you go. Well, don't worry, I'm sending you more, buddy. I've already got the Fratello boxes already ready to go. And I met the owner. The owner came to our store the other day for
Fratello?
our partner. It was a really cool guy, actually.
Nice.
And our store actually, we were in the top 10 of the nation for selling his product. And within the last few months, we've moved to the top 5 of cigar shops nationwide selling his product. So it's pretty cool. So you're getting more boxes, but Surfer, you're a dude. I met you in their buddies Stacking Surfers chat room and stuff with bidding, and I accidentally timed you out by accident, and you're so cool about it. And you lost your bid, and I sent you a comic, and then our relationship started, and we've been dudes ever since. OC, I've met you through our YouTube interactions here, and Surfers told me a lot about you and stuff. So I just appreciate all you guys. I really do. I appreciate this community. If anything I can say to the community on top of that, besides thank you, it sucks. We wish we all could buy silver when it's back to $20. We all do. Everybody you'll talk to will all say, I wish I could this. I wish. I am personally learning through my journey of being a human being and getting, older and stuff, and still being young, like OC's day. I appreciate you that recognizing my youth still. I've learned that the more that you really focus on the what ifs and the what it could have, should have, you're literally just hurting yourself. You're hurting yourself because you're not allowing yourself to live in the current moment, allowing yourself to be able to, like my best friend Bob says, take the lesson, not the pain. Take the lesson with you, but leave the pain. We all wish we could have bought silver before. We all wish we could have backed the trucks up and did this and did that. It doesn't matter. It really, like I say, one thing, it really doesn't matter. If you're buying when you can, whenever you can, whatever your budget or your life allows you to, that's all that matters. The price is irrelevant because most of us are literally not in it just to flip it. Yeah, they're people are different. There's some coin dealers and stuff, but the majority of people here and in the chat are not purchasing precious metals to try to immediately flip them. they understand that it's all going to go up and to the right. Yeah, there'll be ups and downs. There'll be, oh my God, we just lost $300 in gold. People, when gold went from 2,000 to 2,500 and went right back to 2,000. It's going to keep doing every up and down at the tide. It's all going to keep going up and down, but it's all going to go up and to the right. And as long as you dollar cost average, like Silverhide says, along the way, you're winning. It doesn't matter. Oh, I wish I used to be able to buy gold ounces at $2,000. Now I can only buy a half ounce, or I can only stop that. You're hurting yourself by doing that. Be more turn that negative thought into a more of a positive thought that, like, you know what? Oh, I wish I could have done this. No, I am doing this. I wish I could have done this. No, I am doing this. I am adding precious metals to my portfolio. I am talking about it with people. I am watching the market. I am choosing to engage myself in activities that I know will be bettering myself. And I don't have to look back. I don't. I know that it's all going to go up and to the right. It doesn't matter if it's 6 months, a year, 10 years from now. We all don't know when we're all going to live, when it's our final days. I didn't know that my best friend's father's final day was yesterday. None of us did. None of us knew. But it happened. But until a day comes for all of us, just keep on your plan. If you have a plan, awesome. I mean, my best friend's father told me that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. He's told me a lot of great things. He even told me he's an ex-Vietnam vet. He worked for the DOD and stuff, and he's seen a lot of stuff, things he can't talk about. But things he told me that were very important, like, Sean, every day above ground's a good day. Doesn't matter what's going on in your life. If there's people that are not having, that are not above ground, and so be thankful for where you are. Be thankful for what you have. Be happy that you're in the moment. Let go of regrets. Let go of I could have, would have, should have. I wish the price was. It's not. The price is not this. Will it ever get there? We don't know. Obviously, if it ever does, we all know as a consensus, we're all going to buy our faces off. We're gonna buy so much precious metals when it gets back to $50 or $40, that our face is gonna melt off like Indiana Jones in the Raiders of the Lost Ark, and we'll just keep buying. But until that time, we'll just keep little by little. Everybody just stay on your budget. And if you used to be able to get this, but you can only get this much, let it go. Let it go. Be happy that you're still on the path. And if life happens, oh, I can't buy this month, or I can't buy it don't let that bother you. I'm telling you this because it used to bother me. I'm only telling you what I personally have experienced over these last couple of years, and I want people to understand that I personally have been through this stuff. I used to, I wish I could have did this. And it was killing my soul, killing me and robbing me of my happiness and the mindset that I was developed for myself over time. It's like when you go to the gym all the time and you stop going, you feel crappy for a while. It's the same thing. I personally was still becoming so consumed of woulda, coulda, shouldas, and worried about should have bought this, and it was literally killing myself. I was stopping the mindset of like, no, I am happy that I'm still doing this. If I can't buy, it's still going to be there, right? I don't think that someone's going to come by in one day and just buy all the metals in America. I don't think they would even allow that. It's still going to be there when you buy it, people. It's been there since 1986. It's going to be there for a lot longer. So, and there will always be a source for it until there's nothing, until that one day if it ever comes. But all I'm going to leave with people, and I'm talking for a while, pass on the mic, is just leave the regret at the door. Take the lesson, not the pain. Leave the what if. Leave the what ifs to the Marvel cartoon movies. Leave the what if to the Marvel cartoon movies. Don't worry about what you could have, should have. Live in the now. Be happy you're stacking it, and everything else will work out. If you're constantly on the plan, you're going to work out. If you haven't developed the plan, I would say maybe now is the time to maybe like start thinking about, okay, maybe I should do this. Or if you haven't, if you're worried about taking that first step into buying precious metals, well, I don't know. I just saw the price drop $5 the other day. I don't know. What if I were to buy? just keep watching these videos. Keep coming to Surfer.
Yep.
Keep coming to Heist. You know, I'll OC and I will be around to talk once in a while. But these two guys here, where my camera at? There we go. Wait. There we go. These two guys here. Listen to them. They're not going to steer you wrong. And I'm going to tell you this because I've personally been watching these guys for a couple of years. Maybe giving me great advice, and they haven't steered me wrong. It's going to be okay, people. This community is going to be okay. So anyway, I love you guys. I've been chatting in squirrel brain way too much. I appreciate you that. And I'll let you guys take the mic. Go ahead.
So I got to run in a minute here, but just real quick, a bunch of people were asking. I put the links in for Sean's channel and also for OC Stacker. OC Stacker he's not going to create videos. I've tried to get him to do it for the last couple of years. He doesn't want to do it, but he will come on occasionally to my live streams. We do a lot of stuff together. And with Sean, we have Sean on quite a bit to talk about platinum as well as just stacking in general. You know, not everybody, a lot of you guys, you all have channels if you're on here and you're watching us, right? But a lot of you don't want to create content. That's okay. Or you may not have the time for it or whatever else. I feel compelled to do it. I was hiding everything in trusts and going underground and like changing everything so no one could find anything. And then I put my face up here. So, you know, I don't know. I'm kind of crazy, I guess. But, you know, I felt like it's something that I can do to give back to the community and help people and get them prepared for things. And so, you know, I think over this next year, you're going to see a lot more interviews. You're going to see, I'll probably start digging into more. I have some of my earliest videos about food storage and emergency preparedness and prepping. And I just have never finished those videos because I didn't know how to do them in the first place. So I've got footage that's filmed, but how do I start it? How do I end it? How does it have to do with this stuff? But the reality is you can't eat silver. It is a tool. It's not the end game. You can't take it with you when you die. Same with gold. You know, they're here as tools to help you guys and to make things work. So focus less on the accumulating because you're trying to get to a certain wealth level. Focus more on you're trying to maintain your purchase power. And when you do that, I think you'll have kind of more of the right attitude in your heart. And at the end of the day, you know, hopefully you're able to accumulate enough you can help your friends and family when things do get crazy, and you know, be able to support them. But Mrs. Surfer came and grabbed me and said I need to run. So I would love to continue having you guys chat and share all of your thoughts, but I've got to run. But I want to thank everybody for coming. Congratulations to those that won silver and gold. We'll be doing more. You know, share the channel with your friends and family. Let's get to 18,000 here real soon. I think we can probably do it in the next week. And then we've got amazing interviews that are going to come up. I'm going to try to stay at the pace I can, but I do travel sometimes, and I've got some Boston travel coming up for a week, and I've got travel to DC coming up for a week. And so hopefully we'll be out to see Sean in person, and then I might be able to stop by and say hi to Heist again, maybe up to Tim's again. We'll see what happens. But anyway, thank you guys, because we can't do this without you. I mean, otherwise we're talking to ourselves, okay? And you don't want to be caught talking to yourself.
No, great turnout tonight.
Anyway, thank you, everybody. So thank you, Silver Heist. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, OC Stacker. Thank you, mods. Like, we've had LL in here, and we've had, I know Craig's been in here for quite a bit too.
Craig's a total dude. I'm just gonna say that right now. Craig's a total
Yeah, thank
dude.
you very much. And also
So
Tiger
many
and
total dude.
and Frosty for coming up too, and Michael for coming up at the beginning.
That was
Last thing I
awesome.
want to point out real fast, if you guys don't know the Humble Stacker, I know he's getting his channel started, but he's doing giveaways tonight if you guys want more giveaways.
There you
But
go.
here's a link to his channel. He starts in about
Right.
like 12 minutes or so. And he's going to be doing a New Year's deal. So take a look at his channel. Maybe go give him a subscribe and a like. It's about community and helping each other. So, all right. Well,
Absolutely.
everybody,
Yeah.
Happy New Year's.
Definitely.
My hand disappears. Happy New Year's.
Happy New
Thank you
Year.
for coming.
Thanks, Sean.
You're
Thanks for
welcome.
Thank you,
hosting
guys.
Surfer and MC Stacker.
Good night.